tragic to pass away this week, aged 20. The start and end of a minute's silence will be signalled on the digital scoreboard by the media centre. Thank you.
Cleared. Dialing 01618684373. Trying broadcast call. Connected.
Morley make debuts. If I could ask you to do the rest of this over, Adrian, I'll go and update listeners to BBC Radio
of course.
Derby.
So Ollie Robinson playing his third game of the season. He's got 4 slips, a backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. David Lloyd of 4 not out, the Derbyshire skipper. And Robinson wheels around down in front of us. A very slim Ollie Robinson, I have to say. Runs away from us. Comes in and bowls to Lloyd, who's solidly fought a ball of good length, plays to mid-on. And there is no run. It's very grey, very overcast here in Derby. The lights are already on. And we're told rain is not far away. I drove up here this morning and pretty much all the way from up the M1 from the M25, it rained pretty much all the way, so I was very surprised to get here and find it was still dry, but that's the good news. The talk is there could be rain around lunchtime, someone then said 3 o'clock, so who knows, but the good news is we're playing, and Robinson is steaming in, running in, bowls to Lloyd, who lets that one go outside the off stump, but in fact it's a no ball signalled by, now I'm not sure which umpire they're both dressed exactly the same. I think that is Nigel Long at this end. The 2 umpires are Nigel Long and Tom Lungley. I have to say, I think that we should have, the umpires should have names on their backs, but that's been a gripe of mine for a couple of seasons, because they all seem to weigh the same gear. In fact, I think Nigel Long is at square leg.
He is making his debut in this game for
Robinson, running away from us, comes in, bowls, and Lloyd is up on his toes and plays this firmly to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Danny Lamb, and there is no run. So the news for the Sussex team news is that Sussex are unchanged from the win against Gloucestershire, perhaps unsurprisingly. So lining up with Haynes, Clark, Alsop, Pujara, Coles, John Simpson, the wicket-keeper, and skipper Finn Hudson-Prentice, of course, who knows this ground very well from his time at Derbyshire, Jack Carson, Danny Lamb, Jayden Seales, and Ollie Robinson, who is in again, bowls, and Lloyd is forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Not sure how many times in his life Ollie Robinson has batted at number 11. He's a much better player than a number 11, but he's due to come in at number 11. Interesting, I can see warming up. Danny Lamb warming up there at mid-wicket, maybe just trying to keep warm, I don't know. It's quite a close sort of a day, not like some of the really bitterly cold weather we've had to start the season.
It's been glorious the last 2 days.
Yeah, it hasn't been very nice down south.
Well, it never is.
In comes Robinson, final ball of the opening over, he's in and bowls, and Lloyd glances this down to a fine leg, where it's going to be fielded way down in the distance by Jayden Seales. And Lloyd picks up a single and pinches the strike. So end of the opening over. And with David Lloyd batting, I was about to say Glamorgan.
Yes.
So Derbyshire on a 7 without loss. Lloyd on 5. Lewis Rees yet to face a delivery.
A new opening partnership for Derbyshire. This Harry Kane missing out in this game. So David Lloyd has gone up from 3 to open. We expect Brooke Guest to come in at 3. He's been batting at 5. Wayne Madsen. Matt Lamb playing his first game of the season. He will bat at 5 or 6. And Aaron Donald and Anuj Dal follow that. Zach Chappell, Darren Dupavillon making his debut, of course. Blair Tickner and Jack Morley making his debut as well, the youngster on loan from Lancashire. It's going to be Jayden Seales to get us underway from the City end with 4 slips in place, and he bowls to Lloyd and wraps him exactly where you don't want to be wrapped this early in the morning, and he goes off for a little walk. And that must be fairly unpleasant, I would have thought, because he's no slouch, isn't Jayden Seales?
He's been really good. Fletch picked up 6 wickets in his first game, then he missed out at Leicester, a game that was quite badly interrupted by the weather, and then picked up 6 wickets last week as well against Gloucestershire. He's certainly got a yard of pace.
Yes, he's a big man. Got a fairly lengthy run-up. And Lewis Rees has just done the right thing for his skipper there by coming down and having a chat with him, give him an extra few seconds to recover from being hit by the first delivery sent down by Jayden Seales, who's in again now from the City end and bowls a foolish delivery that's driven nicely by Lloyd for 4 runs, straight back down the ground towards the permanent temporary stand and hitting the rope now. That's a couple of boundaries for Lloyd in the early stages. He is a batsman who likes to get on with it. So he's an interesting choice for an opener. It's the modern way, I suppose, Adrian, isn't it? Openers who who crashed the ball to all parts.
And quite an interesting, change. I think the game we played up here last year, which was in September, it had been announced he was moving here, but hadn't yet moved from Glamorgan. Was that right?
Yes, that's right. He came and played some 50-over cricket, and at Birmingham, he suffered a season-ending injury in the One-Day Cup. As Lloyd waits and Seals bowls, he just about gets his bat on that one, pushes it back towards the Trinidadian, who we saw earlier on in very deep in conversation with Darren Dupavillon. So we did a bit of research.
Well, you did. I was very impressed.
Dupavillon told us yesterday, he was on BBC Radio Derby last night, just after 6. You can still hear that interview on. He joined us live on BBC Sounds. The first person to get in touch with him from Derbyshire was, in fact, Samit Patel, who he'd played CPL with for the Trinbago Knight Riders. As he's in again is the Big West Indian Seals, and that one's left alone outside the off stump. And that is also Jaden Seals' side in the CPL. So Dupavillon and Seals know each other. In fact, probably vying for the same place in the Trinbago Knight Riders first team. But
well, Jaden's parents were over last week as well. I'm not sure they've come up to Derby, but it was bitterly cold at Hove last week.
It's been cold.
It really was.
Either cold or wet or both. Seals is in again, bowls, and that one is driven very pleasantly. There's a bit of a chase on here for Tom Haynes. He's going to get it, I think, just before it hits the rope, is he? Yes, he does. That's a fine piece of fielding, actually. They're going to come back for 3 out towards the long off boundary. The ball was hauled in by Tom Haynes. They do get 3, and it means that Lewis Rees will not face. Only will. Now it says, has there been a no ball? Have I missed a no? Oh, there was a no ball in the Ollie Robinson over that I wasn't watching. I missed that.
I just saw, you talking about the weather, I just saw Tom Alsop signal towards the changing rooms. He's fielding at the first slip. He's got his hands in his pocket. He sort of rubbed his hands together, and I reckon that was, can you bring out the hand warmers? Yeah. So it is obviously a bit chilly out there. I've got my anorak on. What am I doing?
Well, I didn't think you were stopping. Here's Seals in again. Balls to Rees, who leaves alone outside the off stump. First ball that Rees has faced. He's yet to get off the mark. David Lloyd's got 12 at a run a ball, and Derbyshire 14 without loss after the first 2 overs. We saw the sight which defied belief last week at Yorkshire. I came back from Fleetwood, where I'd been watching Burton and sat with David Griffin. It wasn't. I mean, you wouldn't have been out there in your shorts and a t-shirt. Joe Root had a big snood on, and he had one of those like hand warmer things in front of it, and it was embarrassing. He's from Sheffield. It's hardly from anyway.
Robinson, well, he's got a short sleeve shirt on as he runs away from Sussex, having won the toss, decided to bowl bowls to Lloyd, who punches this firmly away, and Tom Haynes got another chase. He's already had 1 chase as Tom Haynes is now racing down towards the long off boundary. This time it will just be a couple of runs, though, for David Lloyd, who goes to 14. A good shot here from Derbyshire, 16 without loss. We should, Fletch, talk about a sad day in cricket in general, the dreadful news about Josh Baker yesterday. And very sad news yesterday about our great friend and colleague Bob Hunt, who commentated for many years for BBC Radio Gloucestershire.
Well, I think almost in tribute to Bob. I'll carry on in a minute.
Robinson in bowls and clubbed away to backward point. There was a good bit of fielding in there by Finn Hudson-Prentice. Low to his left prevents any run.
In tribute to Bob, we were going to have a moment's reflection ourselves when we came on air, but because we were so shambolic in our arrival on air, and we were a little bit late, which again, I think Bob would appreciate. We didn't get a chance to. So
it was a nice tribute.
Yeah, so just people who ever heard Bob Hunt will know exactly what we're talking about. He was one of the best.
Robinson in bowls, and Lloyd is stoutly forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run.
My first commentary for Derbyshire was at Bristol, and I was there before him because I always get to grounds ridiculously early, and Bob tended not to. And it's like a long lost friend. He greeted me, and
That's from your non-league football days.
Obviously, yes.
And
Coming
same
to
as me.
Halifax Town with Forest Green at the old ground.
Yeah, the old. I don't know if they called it. I think it was just called the Lawn, wasn't it?
Yeah, halfway up the hill instead of at the top.
Robinson in, bowls and let go outside the off stump by Lloyd, no run. And similarly, actually, Fletcher, one of my very first forays into commentating was down at Forest Green. I was sent down there one night to cover Woking, and you're always looking for a friendly face, and you're hoping the opposing guy's welcoming and says, "Oh yes, yeah, this is where you have to." And Bob was fantastic, and ever since then, we got on really well. And of course, when you were down at Bristol, he used to stop at that baker's down the bottom of the hill and buy the cakes, didn't he?
Custard slice.
Custard slice.
Always a custard slice. Marvellous.
Robinson in. And it's on the pad. Did he attempt it? He's given out. He's on his way, and Ollie Robinson has picked up his first wicket. And David Lloyd is on his way for 14. And, well, umpire Tom Longley had a look at that, and up went the finger. And it looked to me as if Lloyd shouldered arms there.
Yeah, no shot. No shot from David Lloyd, which is really done for him there. And it's a risky business, isn't it, playing no shot? It started off like a house on fire at David Lloyd, but 17 deliveries and he's gone. A couple of boundaries in there. And an early blow struck by Ollie Robinson, which is no bad thing when Jeff Arnold, who's one of the scouts who looks at the England bowlers, is in the press box away to our left-hand side, no doubt, keeping a very keen eye on Ollie Robinson. That's a good start for him.
I saw Ollie just before the toss, actually, and was just chatting away, and I said, "Oh, nice morning to bowl, Ollie, with the lights, and how much play we're going to get, I don't know, but the skies do look a little brighter, so..." but Sussex will be delighted to be bowling in these conditions, having won the toss this morning. But no, it was great fun to be with Bob, and condolences to his son and the family.
Absolutely. Some tales are best kept off the air, but there were plenty of them.
Oh, many.
Plenty of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Ollie Robinson will be very pleased, picking up a wicket down at Hove last week. He picked up 2 in the second innings and was wicketless in the first. But Paul Farbrace was saying it's all about really Ollie getting overs in and getting himself back to fitness. A very disappointing tour to India in the winter. And there's plenty of competitions. He is a centrally contracted player, but there are plenty of other quick bowlers who'll be snapping at Ollie's heels. So he'll know, the currency of a bowler is wickets, isn't it? And all the time he's taking wickets. He just tosses the ball from hand to hand. And the new man who's come in is Brooke Guest, right-hander. 3 slips in place, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As in comes Robinson again, and bowls, and Guest is forward and clips this to mid-wicket. There is no run. It's the end of Ollie Robinson's second over. And Derbyshire are 16 for 1. Ollie Robinson, 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 9.
Just had a little look at the leg before wicket, and the only thing that could have saved him was height, I think. The fact that he played no shot has done him absolutely no favours at all. David Lloyd, he looked disappointed, perhaps disappointed in the fact that he'd left the ball.
Yeah.
Brooke Guest back up to 3, where he had plenty of success a couple of seasons ago.
Of course, if we were playing at Hove now, we probably wouldn't be playing because we're not having the lights on.
I wasn't going to mention it. Loads of money here at Derbyshire. Yes. Jaden Seals in and bowls to Rees, who just guides that into the ground and wide of third slip down towards the vacant third man area. Hudson Prentice gives chase, but the man who gets there first is actually James Coles, and they've come back for 3 runs. And Lewis Rees continues the relatively quick scoring that Derbyshire have led off with, going along at more than 5 and over in the early stages, but they have lost that wicket of David Lloyd, which is a real blow. Lloyd's been in a pretty decent nick this season so far, he said.
What was behind his move, Fletch? Just fancy a change of scenery, or the captaincy, or?
I don't know. Well, he claims I'm not sure how. Well, I've got no reason to disbelieve him. Clearly, that he hadn't been offered the captaincy, as Seals is in and bowls to Guest, who leaves alone outside the off stump. But the moment he arrived, the club's press release said Mickey Arthur was quoted in it saying his leadership qualities, which immediately flagged up. Obviously, we knew that Lewis Deploy was leaving. Billy Godman was out of the picture, having lost the captaincy early on, if not at the start, before the start of last season, I think it was. So that, I think he just fancied a change of scenery after so long with one club. He wanted to move. He's a Wrexham season ticket holder.
Is he?
Football, yeah, big Wrexham fan. Seals is in and bowls to Guest, who clips this off his pads out towards the square leg boundary for 4.
Nice shot.
Away it goes. Plenty of pace as it left the bowler's arm, and more pace on it as it raced to the boundary. So he's off the mark, Brooke Guest. Derbyshire 23 for 1. This game could be over by lunchtime. So he found out that Wrexham had been promoted during a rain break down at Cardiff, which was probably apt. In fact, he found out just before there was a Derbyshire supporter there, told him that Wrexham were winning. He knew they were 3-0 up at half-time, so they were pretty nailed on for promotion, which everybody expected them to achieve. So he's a happy man, football-wise. Still looking for his first victory as a Derbyshire skipper, though. I'm sure that will please him just as much as Guest drives this next delivery from Seals up towards mid-off, where Tom Haynes does the fielding and there's no run.
I was reading, I think it was yesterday, that Wrexham have got plans to build a 50,000-seater. Did you see that?
Yes, on the site of the racecourse,
Yeah.
which is interesting. Because the oldest international football ground, you wouldn't really want to move away, would you?
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
The oldest international football ground in the world. I'm full of useless information. Adrian, you should know that by now. Some of it gets used, most of it doesn't. Seals is in and bowls, and that one is guided off the inside edge of the bat this time by Brooke Guest. They'll think about coming back for 2, and they do come back for 2. So Guest moves on to a run of ball 6. Reese has got 3 off 2, making David Lloyd with 14 off 17 before he was dismissed look like a slouch at the moment. These two. It's good to see. Good to see proactive batting. We're almost certainly going to lose 2 sessions today if the weather forecast is right. You know my view on weather forecasts, but
I don't. I mean, I've no idea. I mean, it just looks like it's just grey. I've no idea where this coming from. It just looks grey, and it's been like this since we got here, Fletch. So
it's coming from the south, but it's not coming very quickly.
No,
which is probably good news. As Seals is in, bowls to Guest, who pushes this up to Haynes at mid-off again. Got a clever little rain radar app that we were shown by one of the ground staff at Glamorgan, in fact. And at the moment, the rain isn't due to arrive until after 2 o'clock. That was the end of the over, incidentally, 25 for 1. Derbyshire after 4 overs. And that might mean some bonus cricket early in the afternoon. But once it arrives, it looks horrible. Absolutely horrible. But none really in the forecast. Little bits and pieces, but nothing major for the final 3 days of the match. So that's good news.
Obviously, it's been very wet here, Dave. The game against Gloucester was. I mean, if we do get a lot of rain, is that going to affect the outfield? Or it looks like they've done quite a lot of work here.
They've done an enormous amount of work. You'll see when the ball skids across the surface, the sand coming up. They've verti-drained it and all sorts.
Comes Robinson, already 1 wicket to his name, comes in and bowls to Reese's forward, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run.
That was a month ago now, near enough, wasn't it, when we played the first round of matches?
Yeah.
I think it'll be okay as long as it's not days and days, and we've just had 2 glorious days.
Right.
I think it was even nicer up in the northwest, as you'd expect, of course. Seldom rains in my part of the world. But they actually had a full week without rain. I noticed Neil Godrich tweeted yesterday, which gave him a reasonable opportunity to get the ground in looking as well as it's looked all season.
No, it looks really good. Looks really good. Robinson in bowls, and Reese's forward plays onto the onside and picks up a single as Jack Castle needs to run round from mid-wicket to field. There is no run. Actually, talk about rain. They're playing everywhere around the country, apart from at Lords, which is down in the south.
Yeah.
So
I'm not going to get dragged into that particular argument.
No,
but,
good idea. But they've actually started everywhere, which is good.
Yeah, it is.
So where are they playing? They're playing Old Trafford, Lancashire, Kent. They're playing down in the West Country, Somerset, Essex. We're playing here, obviously, and they're playing up at Headingley. So just Middlesex against Leicestershire. has been delayed. Robinson is back to his mark. 3 slips go down, and Robinson runs away from us. In and bowls to Guest, who's forward, punches that to backward point, and there is no run. I ought to know the ends here, Dave, by now. Do you call one the race course end?
This is the race. We're at the race course end.
Which is at the back, and that's
the city end. Yeah. It was originally the pavilion end, but since the pavilion's over there now, because it used to be in that corner where the members' pavilion is, but yeah, we go city end. I printed off the dimensions of the ground yesterday for no real reason.
It's a big area, isn't it?
It is huge.
It's a bit like Leicester.
Yes.
Which is
very wide, isn't it? Very wide.
Robinson in again, bowls and played firmly by Guest to it on, fielded there by Cheteshwar Pujara. Happy memories of this ground, both Pujara and Tom Haines. I remember a game a couple of years ago, Fletch, which was credit to both those guys. They got double hundreds, but it wasn't the most exciting game, was it?
Neville Shan also got a double century.
Yes, that's right.
And it was
the only time,
the 11th time in first-class cricket history in the world that 3 players have got double centuries. It almost happened again a couple of weeks ago, but Lewis Deploy was left stranded on 194. Would have been the 3rd, and it rained all throughout day 4.
That was here?
No.
In comes Robinson, bowls and up on his toes. His Guest plays that to mid-on, and there is no room. When was that? Was that down in?
I think it might have been at Leicester.
Right, okay.
I think it might have been at Leicester, but I stand to be correct. Or was it at Northampton? Northampton would make more sense. There have been an awful lot of runs at Wantage Road this season.
Yeah,
haven't
they have. Yeah.
There've been talk about April and should we play in April and all the rest of it, and there are arguments to be had. Cricket has been playing in April for 10, 12 years or more now. They say it's a good time to bowl, but it's been so cold, I think it's been easier to bat.
In comes Robinson. Bowls and defended by Guest down the onside. There is no run. End of a tidy over from Ollie Robinson, who has now bowled 3 overs, no maiden. Has taken 1 for 10, the wicket of David Lloyd, who was LBW for 14. Brooke Guest to 6, Lewis Rees 4. Derbyshire 26 for 1, haven't been asked to bat here by Sussex this morning. A couple of emails have come in at sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Teddy says, morning gents, great to see Robinson playing and feel it's only a matter of time before the clutch of wickets comes for him. Sussex bowling has done well so far this season. Madsen can be a big player for Derbyshire. Enjoyed the game and thanks for the commentary, says Teddy down in Lewis. I wonder if it's raining down there, Lewis. Fortunately not here in Derby.
Yet. Here's Jaden Seals around the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Rees, who just pushes this out into the offside. And there is no run. Yeah, fletchcricket@gmail.com as well. If you want to, it doesn't matter who you send the emails to, we'll do our best to read them out. Clearly, at Fletch Sport. And where do your tweets go?
They go to BBC Sussex Sport. They like them to go to.
You might have to turn yourself on, Andrew.
Sorry, that helps, doesn't it?
Well,
BBC
all these
Sports.
years. All these years.
Fletchcricket@gmail, Fletch.
Fletchcricket@gmail.com, yeah. Here comes Seals and bowls to Rees, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to wicketkeeper John Simpson.
I saw Finn Hudson-Prentice on the ground, and I said, you sent his regards. And he said, where is he?
I said hello to him earlier on, but I'll have a proper chat with him. I always like to have a chat with Finn. Yeah, he's a top man, isn't he?
Well, I said to him, I'm impressed.
I tried to wave to him then, but he was ignoring me.
I said, I'm impressed, Finn. I said, Fletch said, you got a 99 here and you got a wicket with your first ball for Derby. She said, yeah, that's right, he said.
Middlesex. It's not the kind of thing you forget quickly, that, though,
no,
is it? It's quite a remarkable... You've been playing in the twos for a while. As Seals comes in, third ball of the over, bowls to Rees, who pushes this one out into the offside once again. There's no run. Just looking at, the way you look at opposition teams, and you look at the winter pickups, John Simpson and Danny Lamb. 2 proper signings for me.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone knows about John Simpson, obviously, for his time at Middlesex, and a really good keeper and can bat. And Danny Lamb took Derbyshire apart at Aigburth in 2020. I've always liked watching him play. So a couple of really good pickups there for Sussex. I know the Sussex supporters will have been watching them for a couple of weeks now as Rees drives this next delivery. It bounces to the left of Jack Carson and away to the extra cover boundary for 4. He hit it into the floor, and it was almost as if it had a bit of topspin on it as it went past Carlson at cover and raced away to the boundary. Really nice shot, which you can now see on the big screen. If you're inside the ground, Derbyshire move on to 30 for 1. I only know that because we have a small screen of the big screen inside the commentary box, which is very useful indeed. Has all the information that we could possibly need there. Just a quick word on De Pavillon and Morley. They have become the 750th and 751st players to make debuts for Derbyshire in first-class cricket. No, in all forms of cricket, I beg your pardon. As Seals is in, that one is defended by Rees. De Pavillon becomes the 750th on alphabetical order because Jack Morley, well, we all know what his second name begins with. We know what De Pavillon's second name begins with. I don't need to explain alphabetical order, I'm sure. That is if I do, we're all in trouble. It's a strange old day, isn't it? Those trees are bare. They're not moving.
I was going to say,
they're not moving. The flag is limp on the flagpole.
It's still, isn't it, Fletch?
Oh, it's like there's no movement of air at all out there, except when Seals is running through it and he bowls to Rees, who rather hurriedly plays it up to Ollie Robinson at mid-on. He picks up and then tosses the ball away, but he'll have it in his hand again fairly shortly, I would have thought, as he continues his spell. Both bowlers have got 3 overs under their belts. Seals has gone for 20. Ollie Robinson 1 for 10 from his 3, and Derbyshire after 6 are 30 for 1, still going along at 5 and over.
Just saw Ari Cavelos, who's the Sussex 12th man down here. He came, then had a word to Danny Lamb, and Danny Lamb was now gone running up and having a chat to Ollie Robinson. I don't know if that's a suggested change. He's down there with a piece of paper, is Ari? Look.
Oh, nice. I like that.
Look, he's got it, and he's now calling out some instructions.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's doing.
It's the equivalent of the England putting the numbers up, isn't it, on the balcony?
There's definitely some communication being made out in the middle there. Tom Haynes tosses the ball to Wally. I'll probably do the first couple of balls this over, Fletch, then I better go and do my update to listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. We've got an email in from Simon, which I'll read in a moment, as in comes Robinson bowls, let go outside the off stump by Guest.
Oh, wide.
There is, it is a wide. Wow, must be very, very wide.
Tom Longley.
Simon says, good to see some cricket being played despite the forecast. My short break in the UK meant I missed the 20-plus nice weather back home and grim South UK weather. I can't remember where you live, Simon. He says, I showed the missus where the county ground is and bumped into my old pal Finn Hudson-Prentice. So good timing. Let's hope for a good game for all involved playing this week, and well wishes to all affected by the sad news of losses this week. Comes Robinson bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. Yes, I was going to say, Fletch. I mean, 2 really good signings from Sussex.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Paul Farbrace came in last year, and he identified pretty quickly that whilst there are, some promising younger players in this side, there were so many times in the last couple of years that experience was laid bare, and they just needed some experienced heads in there.
Certainly a few in there now.
And they needed it. They need, Ollie Carter might well become a good wicket-keeper. I hope he does, but they did need a new keeper. Change in the field, actually, was perhaps maybe what that piece of paper was about, because they've got 4 slips in place. So, they did need some change, and so far it's been a very positive change. As in comes Robinson in and bowls, and that was a pacey delivery by Ollie Robinson. Let go by Guest through to keeper Simpson, and there is no run. I might just disappear, Fletch, so I think I've got to dial in.
Yeah, not a problem. Adrian will be back. I have to do an update as well at 11:30, which I'll be doing fairly shortly, after Miley Cyrus, in fact, which is always a treat. It might involve me answering questions from somebody in the studio, which won't be particularly good radio for those of you online if you're listening that way or watching the stream, but bear with me, please. Here's Ollie Robinson in and bowls, and that one is turned off an inside edge by Brooke Guest down towards backward square leg. They're going to come back for the second as well as the throw's on its way, and it rather hurried up Lewis Rees as well. It was a decent looking throw from Finn Hudson-Prentice out there in the deep, but they pick up 2 more runs. They move on to 33 for 1. Hello to Greg Watts, who says he was sad to hear about the passing of Bob Hunt. Pure comedy gold, very fine broadcaster as well, of course, Greg, when he was on. Always remember him talking about paying his cleaner. Yes, we all have our little stories that we keep going back to. Bob as much as anybody, as Robinson is in again, and that one is driven gloriously by Brooke Guest out towards the extra cover boundary this time. It's not going to have the legs to get all the way to the rope, but they're going to come back for 3 here. I think they'll stick at 3. They do. Guest is into double figures. He moves on to 11, and Derbyshire are 36 for 1 in the 7th over. It's been a blistering start by them, but Ollie Robinson did take the wicket of David Lloyd for 14 off 17 deliveries, which was a real blow for Derbyshire. Lloyd opening the batting for the first time in the county championship for Derbyshire, replacing Harry Kame. So here comes my update for Radio Derby as Robinson is in again and bowls, and that one is squirts off the edge of Lewis Reese's bat down towards third man. He'll come back for 2 as Hudson Prentice gets there. Reese moves to double figures now. He's on 10 from 11, Guest 11 from 14, and Derbyshire 38 for 1. Here we go. It was close. I've heard it said any number of ways in the last couple of days. Do Pavilion, yeah, do Pavilion, as very much as it's written down. Yeah, he is playing, as is Jack Morley. They become the 750th and indeed 751st players to play in Derbyshire's first team. Du Pavilion has the honour of being the 750th by dint of his surname beginning with D rather than M. And Derbyshire lost the toss this morning. David Lloyd, the skipper, first time he's lost a toss, so they were put into bat, and Lloyd has already gone. He opened the batting with Lewis Rees, made a breezy 14 off just 17 deliveries, but didn't play a shot to England man Ollie Robinson and was trapped leg before wicket. Since then, Rees has moved on to 10 from 12. But Guest has 11 from 14, and Derbyshire made a lightning start here. Just 7 overs have gone. They're 38 for 1, which is as quick a start as we've seen from them this season so far, in fact, for a number of seasons, in all honesty. And that might be down to the fact that after lunch it's going to absolutely chuck it down. So they're making the most of whatever cricket we can get in today. We started with the lights on. It's very, very gloomy out there. Ollie Robinson's bowled really nicely. The England man is being watched by Jeff Arnold. There's a name from the past, former England fast bowler, now watches the England stable of quicks, if you like, and he's here to watch Ollie Robinson. I think he'll be reasonably impressed by what he's seen. Derbyshire 38 for 1. Oh, right, you are going to come back. Excellent. Yes, can I just tell everybody, because I'm also online at the moment, which is slightly awkward, but Finn Hudson-Prentice has come on to bowl, the former Derbyshire all-rounder from the City End, and he's bowled a couple of deliveries. They've both been defended. But yes, I'm more than happy to speak to you, Ian, and do whatever you want me to do. What do you want me to do? Yes. The more childish, the better. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think we've been here before, actually. Yeah, Sussex has got a lot of them, hasn't it? Yeah, go on. Yeah. Oh, we've had Upper Dicker before. I think it's a place. Yes. Oh, and Middle Dicker. I think I cracked that one last time. I'm going to say yes. Yes. I would have thought so. No, no Middle Dicker. Yes. No. 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 Nob Hill. Goodness knows what the people online are making of this. Nob Hill's a place, isn't it? Yes, they will. Yeah, this is the kind of thing they're after. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not even going to say that in case people online get offended. I'm going to say no. Oh, dear. Yes. Yes. Nutsbrow. Buttsbrow, dear. Yes. I'm going to say it's true. It's a... Yeah. No. Oh, you're joking me. So if I say yes, I'm going to look really foolish now. What was it? Ball Socks Way? Lane. So Lane, of course. Yeah, not Way. That'd be silly, wouldn't it? Yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah. No. Yes, that'll be true. No. No, absolutely not. And I'm not saying that out loud either. Little Trodgers Lane. You see, I'm going to say, no, I knew you said that, because if you'd have said the thing that is really amusing and slightly, I'm going to say that's a place. Oh, you'd pay a premium, wouldn't you? Yes, thank you. Right. Now's the time I explain that Ian's just asked me a series of questions about place names in Sussex, many of them rude, and I had to guess whether they were real or otherwise. During that over from Finn Hudson-Prentice, which went for 3 runs, his first of the match. Guest has moved on to 14, Rees has 10, the partnership worth 25, and Ollie Robinson continuing from the racecourse end. That one turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest, and there's no run. More often than not, those little quizzes coincide or don't coincide with updates that the opposition radio station have to do. And I apologise profusely for those of you online who clearly wouldn't have had a clue what was going on, and why would you? So we'll get back to the normal commentary now. Adrian every half hour or on the half hour, me on the hour for updates, and we should be able to give you uninterrupted commentary between now and the end of play, whenever that might be. I'll have another look at the radar in a moment as Ollie Robinson from the racecourse end bowls to Guest, who drives it into the ground. Robinson just rather disdainfully sticks out a left hand and brings the ball in, fields it on the full. Once again, there's no run. So looking at the rain radar now, it's moving so slowly, this band of rain, that by 2:15 it hasn't even reached Derby according to the rain radar. So we might be playing 2:30. If you have plans, if you need to do anything, I should do it after 2:30 though, because I can't imagine we'll be playing too much once that rain hits. Here comes Robinson again and bowls to Guest, who pushes this one up to mid-off where Tom Haynes does the fielding. Early stages elsewhere in the second division. Still no play at Lords at the game between Middlesex and Leicestershire. Glamorgan up at Headingley at 24 for 1. Having decided to bat first on winning the toss against Yorkshire. Slightly curtailed round of matches once again in both divisions, in actual fact. Kent at 23 without loss against Lancashire at Old Trafford. They've done well to get started there. The forecast for the North West was really bad. And Essex are 30 for 3 against Somerset, as this next delivery from Robinson is pushed up towards Cheteshwar Pujara, who's fielding at mid-on. And again, there's no run. 41 for 1 it remains here. Somerset actually put Essex in at Taunton. They've got them 30 for 3. And no play in Dublin because it's chucking it down. They've got the domestic campaign, the interprovincial T20 getting underway there. There are lots of made-up team names. A bit like other franchise tournaments. Here comes Robinson again in and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest. There's no run. Everything go well?
All work.
It's a triumph.
Yeah, all good. No problem. It's I was thinking there's good bounce to this pitch. I mean, when the ball's carried through to the keeper, it's not. You know, I know the last 2 or 3 years here, the pitches have been a little docile. Have they done some work on that? Because it does seem to be good carry through to the keeper.
They've tried. There was good carry actually in the game against Leicestershire as well. We noticed early on. That was with the... no, it wasn't. I was going to say that was with the Kookaburra, but we lost one of the games with the Kookaburra, which was a mercy. As Robinson is in, and again, just going back initially, Brooke Guest pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run. The end of the over, a maiden over from Ollie Robinson. His first 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. Guest has 14, Rees has 10, Derbyshire 41 for 1.
I see the Sussex backroom staff over there. So there's Paul Farbrace, Grant Flower, and I think that's Ashley Wright over there, Luke's brother, who's the batting. Well, Grant Flower and Ashley work with the Sussex batters. Over on the far, I've not seen James Kirtley. I'm sure James is normally on the away trips, but they're standing there at the far end of the ground at the city end as Finn Hudson-Prentice makes his way in. Floodlight shining brightly. The light isn't great. He's in and bowls to Lewis Rees, who clips this one down to fine leg. I think that came off the pad. John Simpson races back and fields and gets in the throw, and it did indeed come off the pad. Total goes to 42 for 1. Interesting, Fletcher. I was talking to, all the debate about the Kookaburra ball. And I spoke to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who bowled particularly well at Leicester, where he recorded career best figures. And I've left my book next door, which wasn't very clever, so I'll go and retrieve that in a minute. And I said to Finn, what about the Kookaburra ball? And his view was interesting. He said to me, well, I think it does make. I know the current word is upskill, but that was his word. He said, I feel I've got to work a lot harder. I've got to bowl better if I'm going to get wickets. And so I was quite interested in that view from Finn, who's in and bowled and let go outside the off-stump. Good pace from Hudson-Prentice, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. So, I think in general the view was it made for some pretty dull cricket, but not everybody. And who else was saying about that?
He sort of didn't do much after about 40 overs.
No, that was the
the
problem.
comments that I got most.
Yeah. Oh, I know who it was. On commentary at Leicester, Roman Walker.
Oh, yes, Roman came up with us.
And he's a good lad, isn't he?
Yeah, very.
He was great fun. I enjoyed him at Grace Road. In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls, and up on his toes. His guest is up to the onside, and there is no run. And I don't know whether they were just towing the line, but Roman said exactly the same. He said, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. If you get someone coming in and getting, 6 for 27, in April, is that a good thing? So it was quite interesting listening to what Roman was saying. He's a Wrexham fan as well.
Yes, North Walian, isn't he?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Really good.
I think anybody who uses the phrase upskill wants shooting, but I'll have a word with him later. Finn.
Well, I think he's an upskill.
I'm going to ask him.
In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls and driven slightly across the line by Guest to mid-on. There's an ooh and an ah from the slip cordon, and there is no run. Yeah, so it was. I was going to say something else about Roman as well. Can't remember. Anyway, nice guy.
He was. No, he came up and did very useful. He came up on the Saturday afternoon when Bert and Albion were playing at Stevenage, so I could concentrate on other things because I was here but not there, obviously, and did a bit with Richard.
In comes Hudson-Prentice bowls and driven nicely, but I guess that's going to be 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. Over pitching was Finn Hudson-Prentice, and that's driven away beautifully by Brooke Guest, who goes for another boundary. He goes to 18. And Derbyshire, a good start. 46 for 1, having been asked to bat this morning. I know they've lost their skipper, David Lloyd, but I think they'll be relatively pleased with this start.
I think so. They've certainly got off to a flying start. 5 for 50.
Yeah, they were career best.
Hudson-Prentice, excellent work.
A game, Sussex's 2 opening games against Northamptonshire and Leicestershire, had it not been for the weather, that they were in a good position, possibly, I think certainly against Northamptonshire, they were denied by the weather. They just closed in at Hove, and Sussex would have been chasing 60 or 70 to win in, sort of 15 overs or something. So they'd have fancied that. Leicestershire, I'm not so sure they'd have won there. It can go a bit flat at Grace Road.
Yes.
Hudson-Prentice in bowls, up on his toes. His Guest plays into the offside. There is no one. I think the light's improving, slightly. 46 for 1. Guest 18. Rees is on 10.
You've always been an optimist, though, Adrian.
Yeah, I have. Yeah. Well, honestly, Fletch, driving up this morning, I thought I was driving up here thinking, why am I going? Why am I going? Because we're not going to play. And literally, I'd have said, Dave, around Leicester it was raining, and it was that it was sort of drizzly, and it was low cloud, and it was like a foggy November morning. And as I came off the M1, which was a mistake actually, because all the rowboats on the M1 for miles and miles and miles.
They finished today.
Did they?
That's what I heard on the radio this morning.
What, for good? Or just for a bank holiday?
I think you could be right.
Because they seem to be like the middle, between the two carriageways, it was sort of fenced off for miles and miles, and there was a lot of, so I don't know quite what they're doing there.
They might just stop for the bank holiday, mightn't they? 46 for 1. Robinson in and bowls to Rees, who turns up into the leg side. And there's no run. Yes, I just heard on the radio when I was driving in this morning, I tuned into Andy Twigg through loyalty and no more. And his only bit of traffic news was the roadworks on the M1, but he said the good news is they finished today. Now that might, as you say, Adrian, just be for the, so don't take my word for it, whatever you do.
Yeah. It is getting lighter, Fletch.
I think it is actually, yeah. I'm not sure I'll be taking my jacket off anytime soon. Mind.
No, nor me.
As Robinson in his 6th over is into Rees, and that one's turned into the leg side. Does he bowl particularly long spells? Or
well, interesting.
6 is usually around about the upper limit, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, my feeling is that, and I think the feeling of Paul Farbrace and Ollie himself is that he just has to bowl. He has to get more overs into him. So I don't think there's any directive from the ECB that says you can only bowl this amount of overs. I think the feeling is Ollie's got to bowl as many overs as he can. And he certainly looks very lean, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
When I said to him, I was like, oh, you're looking fit, Ollie. So he has clearly been, that's been one of the, rightly or wrongly, and I'm not in the know to know that, perhaps on the tours he hasn't been as fit as perhaps he should have been. But he looks fit as a fiddle, doesn't he, out there today?
Certainly does. It's Robinson. Oh, is it you?
No, it's you. You're right. Sorry.
I have no idea what's going on. It's an early mess up there. Only 46 minutes in. That one was turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees.
Do you think it's a... I'm just looking down the far end. I think Paul Farbrace has got the shorts on. It's often the thing, isn't it, with the coaches? They're wandering around the outfield in the shorts.
Yeah.
I can see Danny Lamb is warming up, Fletch, so I don't know whether we might be due a change.
I wasn't sure if Jaden Seals, who only bowled 3 overs first up, I know it was a little expensive.
Yeah.
Conceding 20 might have a go from the racecourse then, but you've got options. Robinson is in and bowls. That one is driven but not timed by Rees out into the offside when it's fielded at cover by Danny Lamb. Rather deliberately bowls the ball to Tom Haynes, almost suggesting that his shoulder's nice and warmed up.
I spoke to Danny after the game at Leicester. He scored a career best 136 from memory. Him and John Simpson with a big stand. And I was saying, what was it about Sussex? What was it attracting? He said, I just wanted to play some cricket. I just
Absolutely.
needed. And I noticed he's played very few first-class matches. Most of it has been white ball cricket.
Yeah. Robinson around the wicket to Rees, who defends this one straight into the ground. Yeah, it was a Bob Willis Trophy game at Aigburth. That I'll look it up in a minute. I've known he got a few. I mean, he might even have scored a few runs as well.
Well, similarly, actually, in a Bob Willis game up at Sedbergh, he did the same thing. Sussex were winning the game, and he batted with Tom Bailey from Lancashire.
Yes.
And sort of an 8-wicket partner. Sussex thought they were virtually home and dry, and Danny Lamb saw him home.
I think you have to call him Bale Dog. I think that's what he is on Twitter. I think Bale Dog.
Is he?
Yeah. Big man, isn't he?
Yeah.
Robinson around the wicket, another big man. That's left alone outside the off stump by
Good carry.
Lewis Rees. Yeah, taken above waist height certainly by Johnny Simpson, and it was the final ball of the over as well. Another maiden. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18 now. So a really solid start from Ollie Robinson to this particular match.
Comes from your neck of the woods, John Simpson. And
does he?
yeah, and his dad might be listening actually.
Was he a rugby league man?
I didn't know he got onto cricket. His dad was saying that he played Lancashire League cricket.
I'll have to double check.
Yeah. He comes Hudson Prentice running in from the city end in them bowls, and forward is Brooke Guest, plays him to the offside. There is no run. Yeah, John's parents live out in Spain, and he came over and introduced himself last week. So it was great to catch up.
That game at Aigburth, Danny Lamb took 4 for 60 in the first innings. Derbyshire's first innings, having made just 8 with the bat. He made an unbeaten 50 in the second innings before Lancashire declared, and then took 3 for 12 in 5.4 overs.
Hudson Prentice in bowls. Guest defends into the offside, no run.
And also in the Lancashire attack that day was Jack Morley, who's making his debut for Derbyshire today on loan from Lancashire. He took 4 for 62 in the second innings, having taken 1 for 9 in 10 overs. in the first with his left arm spin. Derbyshire actually had a chance of getting to the final of the Bob Willis Trophy until that match. That was the last match of the group stage.
Hudson Prentice again. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls and Guest defends down the onside of the track. There is no run. The light is better now than it's been at any time today, which probably means it's going to rain. But it is better. I mean, whether we'd be playing without the lights on is difficult to tell, but it just looks lighter, which is good news.
John Simpson was born in Bury.
Yeah. I wish I could remember whose dad said he played for.
His father, Jack. According to this, anyway.
Yeah. Hudson Prentice in bowls. Forward comes Guest, plays to mid on no run.
Played lacrosse for England and Rochdale, for whom he played in 2 World Championships.
Wow.
It's very big in the Northwest.
Is it?
Lacrosse, yes. My wife's uncle was the manager, Mick Moore. So if you are listening, Jack, tell me if you played with Mick Moore as the coach. He was captain of England at one point, and also the coach.
Comes Hudson Prentice bowls and Guest steers us. He's going to get 4 runs down to Thad. I'm not convinced he was totally in control of the shot, but nonetheless, he picks up another boundary and Derbyshire reach the half century. 50 for 1. Guest goes to 22.
And John Simpson's grandson and grandfather, rather, and great-grandfather were professional rugby league players, regarded as 2 of the best fullbacks in the game at their time, Walter Gowers and Ken Gowers.
Wow. Well, next time I see you, John, you are a font of all knowledge, Fletch.
No, that's the internet.
But Jack didn't.
That will be the internet, Adrian.
Yeah, no, I know. But it was good to see Jack last week. He came over and came in the commentary box and we had a chat and he was saying he played Lancashire League cricket and I think he said he kept as well.
A few good teams around Barry. Greenmount.
Comes Hudson Prentice bowls, driven by Simpson to mid off. Simpson, what are we talking about? Guest to mid off, there is no run. 54, Guest 22. Lewis Rees is on 10. In fact, that first game of the season, because Danny Lamb is obviously also from your neck of the woods.
Yes.
And there was someone playing in the Northamptonshire game. I'm trying to think who it was. I'll go and get my book, and I can tell you who it was. Who was also good friends of John.
Danny Lamb is just north of us in, where I live at least, in Preston. Started off at Lancashire. Of course, a couple of loan spells last season at Gloucestershire and Somerset. And here is Ollie Robinson continuing from the racecourse end. It's his 7th over now, Derbyshire, reaching 50 in that last over. On the 5th ball of it. So 11.5 overs. Quite a sharp 50.
I know who John Simpson was good friends with Luke Proctor, or played sort of age group cricket with Luke Proctor, who was captain of Northants. So
He's captain, is he?
Yes. He certainly was in the game at Hove.
Yeah, we haven't played Northants next. We're off next week.
Right.
And then the week after Derbyshire play Northamptonshire here. And then the fun begins.
Yeah, then the fun does begin. Yeah, we've got 4 weeks on the spin now. So we have 3 weeks, week off, and then into 4 more weeks, and then into T20s.
Yeah, we've got a trip to Bristol after that. Next delivery from Robinson is turned into the leg side by the left-handed Guest.
Yeah, I mean, disappointment for Sussex this week in that, well, good news in that Jofra Archer's been picked for the T20 World Cup, and fingers crossed that Jofra comes through the internationals against Pakistan before the World Cup. Tamal Mills wasn't selected. However, what it does mean is that Tamal will be skippering Sussex in the Blast.
Right.
Which is, and Tamal spoke about that pre-season. He said, well, he felt with Jofra coming back to fitness, Mark Wood as well, he was not sure he'd be selected. And he said, if I'm not, I'm really looking forward to the Blast. So.
Robinson bowls driven by Rees, but he didn't time that particularly well. And it's a tumbling stop, the likes of which you'd don't often see from Cheteshwar Pujara. Did well to get across to it. I'm wondering if this might be Jack David Simpson, son J.A. Simpson, so it is him.
Yeah.
I can tell you that he's played for Haslingden, who are very much Lancashire League, Lancashire Cricket Board, Lancashire Second 11, Ramsbottom and Rochdale. John Simpson's dad. As the next delivery is, going past the edge of Lewis Reese's bat. That's a terrific delivery from Ollie Robinson. Beating him all ends up there. Simpson again, good carry, taking it. It flew into his hands. It's not a good time of year to be a slip fielder, as Derbyshire have proved over the last 3 matches with those 12 dropped slip or wicket-keeping catches. 1 dropped at mid-on. I think that's how the drops have gone.
Jack is now a very keen golfer, so he might be out on a golf course somewhere.
Yes, he'll be listening to us, will he? If it's dry, get out there. As Robinson is in and bowls, that one is driven again, but not timed. It almost, a little bit of spin off a used pitch, almost fooled Pujara. But at least he's too old and wily to have been fooled by anything like that. The amount of days he'll have spent in the field over the course of his long and illustrious career. Danny Lamb continues to warm up. I think he's been off to change his boots, Danny Lamb, so we may well see him shortly. As Sussex strive for a second breakthrough. Lloyd already out for 14. Guest has 22. Lewis Rees on strike on 10. And this next one is, beating him again. 2 really good deliveries in that over from Ollie Robinson, who just sort of stands there with it, stroking his chin with his left hand. And Lewis Rees, as most opening batters do, just walks down the pitch and says, shrug of the shoulders, forgotten about that one already. End of the over, 50 for 1. Another maiden, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 18 now.
Yes, I just thought there was a little pat on the back there from John Simpson to Ollie Robinson, as if to say, and in fact he's just signalled, Jaden Seals is going to come on from this end. Little wave from John Simpson to mid-off. So I think that's the end of Ollie Robinson. I'd have thought the report from Jeff Arnold, who's one of the England spotters, who's goes around the country keeping an eye on who's doing what, would have been reasonably impressed with Ollie Robinson, I think, this morning. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and played by Guest to mid-wicket. There is no run. I mean, he hasn't picked up a stack of wickets, but I think he's bowled tidily. He's bowled with decent pace. Certainly hasn't done anything to anything wrong as far as that's concerned. Simon's been back in touch. He was talking a bit earlier on. He says, yes, I should have mentioned I'm back home in Austria. Had to travel back to the UK for my granddad's 80th birthday in Portsmouth. Just a shame Portsmouth were playing away at Lincoln and no Sussex game, so my wife hasn't been able to see any decent sport yet, says Simon.
Or even Portsmouth or Sussex.
Yeah, comes Hudson Prentice bowls and Guest wants to glance at the leg side, doesn't time it, and the ball just dribbles onto the onside. There is no run. So thank you, Simon. Jamie's been in touch. Jamie Spears. Morning to you, Jamie. I can't open your... Oh, we go. Hi, Fletch. Tuning in from a wet Chatham. Typical start to the bank holiday weekend.
Kent?
Yes, he used to live in Sussex, Jamie, but he's moved over the border.
To the dark side.
Thankful as always for the commentary. Good luck to Sussex. Can we make it back-to-back victories? Well, we'll see. Jamie, lovely to hear from you. Thanks for getting in touch. Big Albion fan as well. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls. Oh, and he knocks out his off stump. And, well, the off stump goes cartwheeling back, and Fid Hudson Prentice races away, triumphant at picking up the wicket of Brooke Guest, who's on his way for 22. And no better sight for a bowler than to see the off stump out of the ground. And Derbyshire have lost their second wicket. Guest is on his way, and Derbyshire 50 for 2.
Yeah, terrific piece of bowling. He likes a celebration.
He does.
Of course he does, and why not? Why wouldn't you celebrate? Wicket's hard to come by as a bowler of any kind. And Brooke Guest departs for 22, which means that Wayne Madsen will be coming in to bat. Now, Wayne Madsen is playing with one of the most horrible cuts in his right hand that I think I've ever seen. Dropped a catch at Headingley in the first innings. Yorkshire batted first, and he went off, never to be seen again. Then came out and scored a century. But he'd shown me the cut in his hand, and it was about an inch long in between his his ring finger and the big one in the middle. Barton Inchley had 6 stitches in that. He had 2 on the top of his hand, and he had to cut his glove because those 2 fingers were then strapped together. He had to cut his glove, and he came out to bat and batted brilliantly. It was a magnificent innings from Madsen. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes here. It will also be interesting to see where he fields when it comes to Sussex batting for the first time, because ordinarily he's in the slips no matter what, but I can't see him possibly, and he didn't warm up with the slip catches either, so it'd be fascinating to see where Wayne Madsen bats, because his right hand was a bit of a mess.
Fine leg or third man gets my vote. Third man or fine leg.
Yes, I think so. I've just got to go and do an update, Adrian, so
quite right.
carry on.
Shall I keep nattering away? So, Wayne Madsen is the new man in for Sussex. Kaz has been in touch. Yes, hello, Adrian and Fletch. Good to see Sussex back in action this week, and here's opening for an uninterrupted weekend of cricket, although probably unlikely. It's actually getting brighter down here. We've sent the rain up north. That's Kaz, who lives in Burgess Hill, enjoying the commentary as always. Lovely to hear from you. Thanks for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk or fletchcricket@gmail.com. There's Hudson Prentice, buoyed by that wicket. Figures of 1 for 11 in his 4th over. He's in a bowls, and Madsen drives to mid-off, fielded by Jaden Seals, and there is no run. If you're just joining us, the news this morning is that Sussex won the toss, and unsurprisingly, underneath leaden skies and with the floodlights on, decided that they will bowl first. David Lloyd out to Ollie Robinson for 14, not offering a shot, an LBW. Finn Hudson Prentice in this over, removing Brooke Guest off stump, which went cartwheeling back out of the ground. Guest gone for 22. In comes Hudson Prentice again. Bowls and up on his toes is Madsen. Steers that one out into the offside, and there is no run. Sussex unchanged from the win against Gloucestershire a couple of weeks ago. Changing the field, John Simpson is just moving Cheteshwar Pujara out towards more of a deepish mid-wicket. Cheteshwar, who will be playing the first 7 matches for Sussex before returning to India. There's Hudson Prentice in and bowls, and Madsen plays quite late to a straightish mid-wicket, fielded there by Ollie Robinson. There is no run. Good tidy stuff by Finn Hudson Prentice. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 11. Derbyshire are 50 for 2. Elsewhere around the country, just to bring you right up to date, up at Old Trafford, Kent are 35 without loss. Essex in trouble down at Taunton, 45 for 4. Tom Westley holding things together. He's 14 not out. Matt Critchley, formerly of Derbyshire, out for 9. So other games in the first division. In the second division, no place so far at Lords in the game between Middlesex and Leicestershire. They are playing, though, up at Headingley, where Glamorgan are 42 for 1. Eddie Byram, the man, out for 9. A wicket there for Ben Code. So actually this week, Fletch, there must be 4 teams not playing.
Yes. Yeah, it seems slightly absurd, doesn't it, really?
Anyway, it is Jaden Seals who's coming back into the attack.
From the racecourse end, bowling to Lewis Rees, who dabs that one down backwards square on the offside. And there is no run. These timed updates now. I'm very pleased with that one, Adrian. We have 20 seconds in which to do
I'm
them.
impressed.
Yeah,
I'm really...
That's the best so far.
And if you don't do them in 20 seconds, is someone...
Well, up until 2 o'clock, it's not essential, but after 2 it is. But yeah, I can't ramble anymore, which is taken away one of my best-known qualities, really.
I'm reading my emails very carefully this week, Fletch, before I read up. I got stitched up by one last week.
Excellent. His Seals in at bowls to Rees, who drives. He gets a little hand on it there, Seals. He did well. It's a big man to get down that far.
I'm not sure it didn't come from within the dressing room as well.
Really?
I'm not sure. There was a lot of laughter. It was pointed out by or someone anyway.
Not from him, Sudson Rentis.
I don't know who it was.
Ronnie Hobinson, you've been done. 50 for 2 it remains. Touch wood. I've been all right so far, but it's almost certainly going to happen at some point.
Yeah.
Here is Seals again. It's only his 4th over of the day. Goes back initially there, Lewis Rees, and then forward to push it out into the offside. Pachara trots across from cover to do the fielding. Picks it up and starts working furiously on the ball before passing it on to Tom Haynes. It'll be interesting. I am fascinated to see how I did ask. I said to Mickey Arthur at the end of the game, I said, well, Wayne's injury looks like it might keep him out next week. How can I drop a man who's just got a century? We'll find a way for him to play. So, fair play to Madsen. Rees on strike, Seals bowls, and he covers up and pushes it up towards mid-off again. Pachara comes in and pinches the ball. He's desperate to work on that ball, isn't he, Cheteshwar Pachara?
He is.
Seems very happy to do so as well. Big smile on his face. Again, there's no run. 50 for 2 here at Derbyshire.
Where is South, Fletch, from here?
We're looking south from here.
Because the skies are definitely, I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to rain in the next 10 minutes, does it? It's certainly no darker over there than it's been all day so far.
No, we have to keep
Fingers crossed.
thanking our lucky stars, I think.
Yeah, we
got
do.
Beyond the midday on day one. As Seals is in, that one is pulled around the corner by Lewis Rees for 4 down to backward square leg. He's banged it in a little bit short. It's almost a cross between a pull and a hook, really. It was more of a pull, I thought. Either way, he gets 4 runs for it, moves on to 14, and Derbyshire to 54 for 2. According to my rain radar, the rain will arrive at 2:45 or thereabouts.
Well, that's more than we thought, Fletch.
It's
Much more.
It's about 3 hours more than I expected to see today, at least 3 hours. Yeah, if we get another hour after lunch, that would be great. Here's Seals. Racecourse end, past umpire Tom Lungley, former Derbyshire man, of course. And that's turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees. And the over ends with a dot ball. 4 overs for 24 now to Jayden Seals. 54 for 2, Derbyshire. Wayne Madsen yet to get off the mark. He's only faced 3 deliveries. And Lewis Rees has 14 off 32. The men out. David Lloyd for 14. And Brooke Guest most recently bowled by Finn Hudson-Prentice for 22.
Adam has been in touch. He says, hello, Adrian and Fletch. I like to consider this as my own Derby, pardon the pun, having worked for many years in Derby, but being a Sussex supporter, having grown up in Hastings. I very much enjoyed supporting both Tony Palladino and Wayne Madsen's testimonials, including a brilliant evening with the legend that is Michael Holding at Quad, Q-U-A-D.
Yes, in the city centre.
Okay. Comes Hudson-Prentice from the City End bowls. Forward comes Madsen, plays to mid on, no run.
They have exhibitions and there's a cinema there.
It's just where I worked at the time. I also love playing cricket in Derbyshire for Bredsall Cricket Club.
Bredsall, yep.
The RE at
away
Bred.
to our left.
And I very much enjoyed the commentary of you both, possibly the ideal county cricket commentary partnership. Well, there you go. Wow,
I'm not sure about that. But, yeah.
We do our best, don't we, Fletch?
We try.
First met Fletch on a freezing cold day up at the Shay in Halifax.
They were all freezing cold, Adrian, from memory.
In comes Hudson-Prentice bowls let go by Madsen outside the strike. Good carry through to Simpson, who took that shoulder high. And there is no run. I think it was a Halifax Woking game, and we sat there and froze, and I don't think it was a very good game either. The live broadcast on YouTube and commentary is a great way to stay in touch with absent friends, including my good friend James Scott, as we can chat about the event as the day progresses. Hoping for a Sussex win, but most importantly a good game, and for Derbyshire to finish second behind Sussex this year. Well, it's good to hear from you, Adam. Thanks very much for getting in touch.
I'd accept that as well, by the way.
Comes Hudson-Prentice bowls up on his toes is Madsen's, plays into as a misfield by Tom Haynes. It very nearly cost Sussex a run, but in the end Tom Haynes recovered and scampered after the ball. And there is I've said this a couple of times this season, Fletch, so the risk of something like a broken record, I think you could have made a case for every side in the second division getting promoted this season.
Yes, no, I think you're right. And the way the season started, I was asked last night, are Derbyshire playing catch-up? There's 22 points separating all 8 sides at the moment from top to bottom.
Hudson-Prentice in and bowls, and Madsen drives. Now the ball hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Lewis Rees made sure he had his bat firmly grounded, so there's some repairs for Nigel Long, the umpire, to undertake at the far end of the ground. Now, and you think, with a lot of drawn games earlier, 2 or 3 wins gets you, top of the table. And everyone was saying Yorkshire are nailed on. Well, you know, they've obviously got a strong squad, but
Well, they're going to lose their two major batters, aren't they? Brook and, Root will be here for when the T20's on, of course.
Hudson Prentice in bowls. Forward comes Madsen, plays into the covers. There is no. She's got a slightly darker actually in the last couple of minutes. Yeah, I think.
But the ECB will want to control their cricket, won't they?
So I don't think. So Sussex go to Glamorgan next week. Then round 6, we play Yorkshire at home. And someone was saying they didn't think that Brook or Root would play in that game.
I think Brook will be off with the T20 squad, won't he?
Yeah.
Root will still be around. It's just how much cricket either he wants to play or
Yes.
the ECB want him to play, I suppose. But Jara's been sent out onto the mid-wicket boundary.
In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and forward comes Madsen and plays to mid-on. Good tidy stuff from Finn Hudson Prentice. It is the end of the over. A maiden over. Hudson Prentice 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 11. Derbyshire 54 for 2 here, having lost the toss. John Simpson with no hesitation with the lights on and total cloud cover here at Derby, deciding to bowl first. A wicket apiece for Ollie Robinson and Finn Hudson Prentice, and I reckon, considering the conditions, probably on as about even at the minute, Fletch.
Yeah, and I think they largely bowled pretty well, haven't they?
Yep.
Sussex so far. Derbyshire got off to a flying start. They have slowed down a little bit to 3.3, which is much closer to their normal rate of scoring. I've got an email from Doug in Not Very Sunny Skipton. He describes himself as, which I'll read out during the course of this over, from Jaden Seals, who bowls to Lewis Rees, who pushes it very firmly up to Ollie Robinson at mid-on. And there's no one. 54 for 2 it remains. Loving the commentary. I'm an exile in Yorkshire, so you're keeping my home fires burning. Can't wait to see Sussex play in August when my lad and me are coming down. Can I be cheeky, he says, and do a shout-out for him, please? He played his first game of the season on Wednesday for Skipton under-15s, and in his second over took 3 wickets for 1 run and just missed out on a hat-trick. Ollie Robinson is his idol. I'd have been more than happy to have done a shout-out. He didn't put his name in it, Doug. Come on. Basics. His Seals bowls to Rees, who drives, but again doesn't really time it. Straight to Robinson on this occasion, but Doug in Not Very Sunny Skipton, if you just let me know your lad's name.
So is he coming? Did he say he's coming to watch Sussex?
Later in the season, he just says.
Yeah, because they're playing at Scarborough in August. Perhaps that's,
okay.
yeah. I've never been to Scarborough, actually.
Have you not?
No. First
It's
time.
interesting.
And also we're going
Like a bear pit.
and also we're going to York. For
No, I've never been to York
for
that.
for a one day.
From the pictures that I've seen of York, it's a very nice
Is
setup
it?
there. Yeah, they've worked really hard at York, which isn't one of the traditional, necessarily the traditional homes of Yorkshire cricket. They played at a lot of grounds over the years. Seals bowls, defended by Rees, out into the onside on this occasion. Trying to go through all the Yorkshire grounds would take about 4 hours, because they have played in an awful lot of places.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Someone like Middlesbrough, they used to play, didn't they?
Yes,
Bradford?
yeah. When they played, what was it?
Hull.
They played at the Circle in Hull, which is now the ground on which Hull City's ground was built.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they played at Harrogate. They played obviously at Park Avenue in Bradford. They played at Fartown in Huddersfield, and obviously all the Sheffield Collegiate and places like that. As Seals is in and bowls, that one is defended again by Lewis Rees. All of a sudden it's become slightly trickier to score runs because the bowling has tightened up a bit more, although Tom Lungley's just having a look, the umpire, as to where the Jaden Seals follow through foot is landing, and that's like one of those unofficial warnings to the bowler. I'm just having a look. Nothing serious for the time being, but just having a look. Still 3 slips in place. There's a leg slip as well. So relatively attacking field.
The light is sort of fading in and out. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's weird, isn't it? So the wind is just starting to pick up, which suggests that the front is on its way as Seals bowls to Rees, and that's turning to the leg side. And there's no run. Look at that flag on the right-hand side of the members' pavilion at the far end of the ground.
Yes,
it was
it
completely limp before,
It
but
was.
now it is flowing. There is no flag on the other end of the members' pavilion where the Derbyshire flag would ordinarily be, because the flagpole's broken. I understand. which is a bit of a shame. Oh, it's good to see both flags flying, but the Sussex flag is fluttering proudly to the right-hand side of the members' pavilion as Seals around the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Rees, who turns this nicely into the leg side. He'll only get a single, though, as it goes down to long leg, where Finn Hudson-Prentice picks up. He'll keep the ball, because he's going to bowl the next over. It'll be his sixth. Seals has bowled 5 overs for 25 now at Derbyshire. 55 for 2 after 17. Rees has 15. And Wayne Madsen has yet to get off the mark. I wonder who number 21 was. I've got new jeans on today, Adrian. I'll just put my hand in my back pocket, and there's a sticker in there, a pink sticker that says 21. That's usually the person who checked them, isn't it? I wonder who that is.
Good morning to Sam Keir, former Sussex press officer, who's watching us at home. Morning to you, Sam. He says
Sam.
he said the Hudson-Prentice delivery was a beauty.
Yeah. Felt like it, didn't it?
And Steve Harris has been in touch. Steve's a Sussex fan who lives all the way up in Stonehaven in Aberdeenshire.
Wow.
And he says, good morning, both. Good to be getting some cricket, having travelled all the way to be here for my first visit to Derby.
Oh, wow.
Hopefully the next 3 days will be better. Hudson-Prentice in bowls wide of the off stump. And in fact, it's Danny. No, it is Hudson-Prentice. I thought for a minute they changed the bowling. Hudson-Prentice in his 6th over, figures of 1 for 11. He goes on to say, we haven't heard anything from Sussex on the recent ECB decision on women's cricket. Unless I've missed it. Is this not a bit odd?
There's Georgia Adams' interview online, isn't there?
Yes, that was an interview that was done down at Hampshire,
Right.
where she was talking very much I mean, she did speak about the Sussex decision, but
Right.
I think it was a Southern Vipers press day, but there's been nothing official from the club. In comes Hudson-Prentice bowls and clipped by Rees down to fine leg, just literally down below us where Jack Carson fields one
You
more.
noticed the sand.
Yes, it
coming
did.
up there.
He did.
Yeah, it got more and more as the game against Leicestershire went on, as the entire outfield dried up. That suggests to me that there is a bit of give should it rain, which is cheering me, because there wasn't any give when we played Gloucestershire. Sorry, you were talking about.
That's all right. Rees goes to 16, 56. Yeah, so, I mean, this is just a personal, but I'm a little surprised there hasn't been anything at all. I know Sussex were desperately disappointed not to be selected as one of the 8 women teams. Hudson-Prentice in bowls, driven by Math. That was in the air. Had there been a shortish extra cover, that might have been interesting, but Haynes fields, and there is no run. So, no, I mean, I haven't seen anything, Steve, and I had to check on the website. It was the day before yesterday. Didn't get a chance yesterday, and I'm fairly certain there's been nothing official from the club. Was Derbyshire one of the sides that did they put in an application?
They
for
were
us?
one of 2 sides who didn't.
Right, so it was Derbyshire and Worcestershire, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Comes Hudson-Prentice bowls, and he takes a step down the wicket, does Wayne Madsen, and picks up a single to a wideish mid-on, fielded there by Ollie Robinson even. And Madsen is on his way, 57 for 2. I mean, there has been quite a lot of women's cricket played here, though, Fletch.
They've got an international coming up in the not too distant future against Pakistan. Yeah,
So what was the rationale behind that?
they are going to push for a tier 2 side.
Right, okay.
But they didn't feel that pushing for a tier 1 side was one clearly going to be appointed or awarded to Trent Bridge, which it was.
Hudson-Prentice in bowls. Rees clips this to mid-on, and Jaden Seals races to his left field. One more to the total. Rees goes to 17, the total to 58 for 2.
So it was almost a non-topic, if you like, in these parts, because they never had any intention of bidding for a tier 1 women's team, but they do intend, as I understand it, however, at least push for a tier 2 side.
Yeah, I think that was always going to be the issue geographically from Sussex. As in comes Hudson-Prentice over the wicket bowls, short, and Madsen ducks underneath it through to keeper Simpson. There is no run. End of the over, 58 for 2. Madsen 1. Lewis Rees is on 11. I mean, certainly from a Sussex point of view, Sussex, as I understand, I didn't see the presentation, but I understand it was a presentation that very much spoke about, Sussex's rich history, really, in terms of women's cricket at Hove. But they weren't selected. I mean, geographically, when you've got Hampshire on the doorstep, you've got Surrey up the A23 at the Oval, you felt it was always going to be, they were up against it. And Kent didn't pick up one of them either. So there was a lot of disappointment around, but as I say, there's nothing official from the club. at the moment. Ollie Carter's on the field, so I'm sure somebody's gone off.
Pujara's just left momentarily.
Well spotted, Fletch.
There's Jaden Seals continuing from the racecourse end around the wicket to Lewis Rees, who
Shot.
pushes it down towards long off the back foot, and Wayne Madsen calls him back for a second as Tom Haynes gets to the ball now. He moves on to 19, 60 for 2.
Sorry, I was just going to say, Fletch, both Sussex 12th men are on the field. So
Excellent.
Ollie Carter's on and
Well,
Ari
yes.
Cavalis. I think Ollie Robinson might have gone off. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it was, well, I was going to say it's nothing important, but it was just Doug had been from Skipton, had been back on again. His lad's called Tom, so I'm happy to give him a shout out. He's hopefully going to get to Scarborough, but already booked in for the Leicestershire 50 over game at Hove later in the season. Here is Seals bowling. That's driven very aerially by Lewis Rees, very much to the right and wide of Tom Haynes, and they come back for a couple more, but that wasn't his most convincing shot of the morning, Lewis Rees. He does move on to 21, 62 for 2. Yeah, Derbyshire obviously up against Nottinghamshire. Well, they gave it to all the First Division clubs, didn't they, really? As far as I could tell. And the Blaze are based at Trent Bridge, and the Blaze use the Nottinghamshire website to, I mean, it's essentially Nottinghamshire in disguise, even though they cover the whole of the East Midlands. Jaden Seals on his way in and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees. Again, no run. Daniel Lamb fields. You would always fear the worst when they played the Ashes Test at Trent Bridge, which personally I didn't think was a good look. Absolutely nothing wrong with anybody playing on any ground, but because they weren't selling it out. Whereas if you'd have taken the match, not necessarily to Derby, Leicester, Northampton, Hove, who'd all hosted women's internationals and sold out grounds, and it just looks great, doesn't it, when the ground's packed full of people.
Totally.
As Seals is on his way, and halfway through his 6th over, that one's pushed out to the offside by Lewis Rees, and then the chief executive, I think it was, of Nottinghamshire came on the radio and was asked, was it what she thought, and it had been a success and fair play. She said, but yes, and I was listening to Test Match Special and then he crashed the car. Yeah, well, places like Derby have helped in the progress of the women's game, but it was effectively, she was saying, well, it's time for the big guns to take over now, and you think, yeah, thanks for coming.
And that's an issue, Fletch, isn't it?
Absolutely. Do we want it all concentrated in one place or do we not? Here is Seals. Bowls cut away by Lewis Rees into the ground, and a tumbling stop by the man whose name I've already forgotten.
Ollie Carter.
Ollie Carter. I'm going to write that down.
That's right. Yes, I've still got these two men. So Ollie Robinson is off. I'm just trying to work out who else is. Oh, probably Pujara.
I think it is Pujara, yeah. I think it's Pujara.
Yeah, and I think that's the underlying point in this, isn't it? That people are saying, well, hang on, one of the, I hate the expression, Dave, smaller counties, but the non-test playing counties have missed out, and is that, and the direction of travel is?
Indeed. Seals bowls left alone outside the off stump by Lewis Rees to go through to the keeper. End of the over, 6 overs for 29 now. Jaden Seals, Derbyshire. Madsen 1, Rees 21, a 62 for 2.
Someone else just getting in touch talking about, there is so much talk now, isn't it, about these 100 franchises, I think there's been all sorts of meetings, hasn't there, at the ECB.
I believe there was a meeting yesterday.
Right, it's going to be interesting to see what the outcome of that is.
I'll have to start doing some digging.
There's talk about money coming down the pyramid, and it will go to those sides who haven't got 100 franchises, but it does feel like the game is heading in that direction. Is Ollie Robinson making it? No, it's Danny Lamb, who's going to come on from the City end.
Alexander in America has been on, a regular contributor. Then on the live stream, Derbyshire has shown stats of each player's runs history against today's opponents, which is
that's good.
Innovative. Well done, Matt, on the stream.
3 slips go down as Danny Lamb in and bowls and turned by Madsen through square leg. He's going to pick up at least a couple of runs. Ollie Carter is in hot pursuit, but coming around the boundary is Ari Cavalis, who gets in the throw. Picked up wickets this week for the Seconds Harry Cavalos. Sussex fairly comprehensively, though, beaten at Warwickshire. Gary picked up 6 wickets in the first innings, but Sussex rather collapsing in the second. So a draw and a defeat so far for Sussex in the second. I think they've got a game now until they play Kent at Beckenham. You mentioned that because in comes Lamb and Bowles, and Madson's at it again, flicking this one down to fine leg. They pick up 1, they'll think about 2. No, he doesn't come back for the second. Good bit of fielding around there by Cavalos. Madsen to 3, 64 for 2. I notice in terms of, I have no idea whether this is the plan or not, but some of the press speculation around Jofra Archer was that he may play some second 11 cricket for Sussex before he goes off to join the England squad for the T20s. Now, I don't know whether they meant a T20 match or, sorry, a second 11 match or a second 11 T20 game. I'm not too sure. I'd be surprised if he's going to bowl any huge amount of overs. In comes Lamb. Bowles, Rees up on his toes, plays it back down the track, and there is no run.
Quite a heavyweight conversation going on in front of the Members' Pavilion with the two heads of cricket, head coaches in conversation. There's plenty of experience between those two, isn't there?
Yes. Yeah.
Blimey.
Yeah, Paul Farbrace and Mickey Arthur. Just going to take this fletch.
In comes Daniel Lamb again. That one is turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees. He'll pick up 1, he'll come back for a second as the ball is eventually retrieved by Tom Haynes. 67 for 2. A couple of deliveries left in Lamb's over. We're in the 20th over here. Keep looking at that rain radar, which is not the cricketer's friend today, I'm afraid. As in comes Lamb again around the wicket, balls to Rees, who pushes this one up to Jaden Seals at mid-on. Yeah, by 3 o'clock we're deluged. We'll have to retrieve the coat from the car, and then there's a huge bank of rain behind that first band that hits. As I say, if you're planning anything, plan it for this afternoon. If you want to see the cricket, now is the time to watch it. As Lamb is in and bowls to Rees. Those two will know each other reasonably well, you would have thought. Both former Lancashire men. Pushed that one out into the offside towards substitute fielder Ollie Carter. As Cheteshwar Pujara is back on. Who's going to make his way up? In fact, it's going to be Jaden Seals who leaves the scene now. So he's not going to continue. We're going to have a change of bowling. Seals bowled 6 overs for 29. We're going to see for the first time Tom Clark from the racecourse end. John Simpson just sorting out his field. There we go. See how the other games are progressing in Division 2. They still haven't started at Lords, and Glamorgan have moved on to 64 for 1 in 23 overs against Yorkshire at Headingley. The natives will already be restless up in West Yorkshire, I'm sure. A couple of slips in place then for Tom Clark's first over. He's got a backward point. There's a man at extra cover. There's a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg as he's in and bowls, and off the back foot Madsen pushes it up to Harry Carveos. He does the fielding at mid-on, and there's no run. So we'll get another half an hour before lunch, during which time it won't rain, of course. Then we'll come back for an hour or so, I would have thought, before the rain arrives. They won't call it off immediately, I wouldn't have thought, but forecast-wise, it doesn't look great. Here's Clark in again. Bowls, that's wide of the off-stump. Madsen tries to cut it away. There's a shy at the stumps from the backward point fielder, who is Finn Hudson-Prentice. It didn't miss by much. And, well, Lewis Rees would have been gone for all money there had that hit. It was a good piece of fielding by Hudson-Prentice, who picked it up, turned and threw, all in the same motion. Two batters, Madsen and Rees, have a little chat. Is there a punch of gloves? Yes, of course there is. 68 for 2. Madsen moves on to 5. He mistimed the cut shot, really. That allowed Finn Hudson-Prentice the opportunity to get round and pull off that very, very good piece of fielding. As Clark is in again and bowls, this one is punched up towards mid-on by Lewis Rees. There's no run. In the first division, Essex are now 74 for 5, having been put in by Somerset at Taunton, and Kent are 63 for 2, having been put into bat by Lancashire at Old Trafford. So the only place there's been no cricket so far is Lords, as Clark is on his way in and bowls, and Rees just pulls this into the leg side. That races away for 4. Pujara tried to get down quickly to do the fielding, but couldn't get his hands to it. Really nice shot from Lewis Rees. He moves on to 27, and Derbyshire is 72 for 2. Anybody inside the ground having a look at that replay? He was onto it really quickly. Lewis Rees off the back foot, nice pull, and the ball's there somewhere. It's not easy for the lads on the camera. Clark is in and bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side by Rees. There'll be a couple of runs here. Cabeas is running after it, loses his cap in the process, gets there now. They'll settle for 2, I think they do. And Rees is up to 29, 74 for 2 now. Just feels a little cooler. Flag fluttering away on the members' pavilion. As Clark is in once more over the wicket, bowls to Rees, who goes off the back foot and calls Madsen through for a quick single. There's a sharp stump from Haynes, but because Rees set off straight away, he was always going to be comfortably in, which he was. The ball didn't hit the stumps. In any case, Rees moves on to 30 at the end of the over. Madsen has 5. Derbyshire 75 for 2. After 21 overs, that first Tom Clark over went for 8 runs. And Danny Lamb to continue from the City end. His first over cost him 5. Bowling figures, the wickets to fall have gone to Ollie Robinson, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 18. And Finn Hudson-Prentice, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. Jaden Seals, 6 overs for 29, has also bowled. Adrian Harms and Dave Fletcher with you on BBC Radio Derby and BBC Sussex via the BBC Sport website as Danny Lamb is in and bowls. Rees just pushes that one off the back foot out into the offside, fielded by Ollie Carter, who I should have recognised straight away. He's one of the most recognisable first-class cricketers in the country, I think, Ollie Carter, with that hair. Just got a bit of a bandage on one of his fingers on his left hand. In comes Lamb again. That one is played off the back foot nicely by Lewis Rees up towards the players' pavilion. Carter's giving chase and gets there now. They'll settle for a couple of runs. It's a decent throw from out there as well from Ollie Carter. 77 for 2 as Rees moves on to 32 off 57 deliveries. That run rate round about 3.5 and over. Perfectly acceptable. They'd like it possibly to be another half run per over. Got off to an absolute flyer of a start with David Lloyd making 14 off 17. Brooke Guest 22 off 39 in the end. And in comes Lamb again and bowls down the leg side. A little flick off the bat is a no, says umpire Nigel Long. The bowler sort of joined in after the wicketkeeper had gone up, John Simpson. And in the end, no damage done as far as Derbyshire are concerned. And Lewis Rees remains out there on 32. Rees has had an interesting start to the season, as well, most people have, haven't they? He's waiting for this next Danny Lamb delivery. Clips it into the leg side where it's fielded mid-wicket by Tom Haynes. 91 not out in the second innings against Glamorgan. 4 and 28 against Leicestershire. That Glamorgan knock followed a 2-ball duck, I think, from memory, and 11 against Yorkshire. A couple of wickets as well, one each in the Leicestershire and Yorkshire match. Wayne Madsen, 63 and 25 against Glamorgan. A duck and 59 not out against Leicestershire, and an innings of 104 up at Headingley as Lamb is in and bowls to Rees. That's a fine stop at the end of his follow-through there by Danny Lamb. Really, really good work. Down to his left-hand side. The men out. Brooke Guest has got a couple of 70s this season. David Lloyd has got 2 half-centuries so far this season. He was out for 14 today, Guest for 22. Derbyshire 77 for 2 in the 22nd over. Final ball of the 22nd over, ball by Lamb. He's pushed up towards Pujara at mid-on, and the over comes to an end. Just 2 from it, 77 for 2, Derbyshire. Madsen on 5. Rees on 32, 25 minutes until the lunch interval.
Second time I've done that, Fletch.
Don't worry, I've saved you there. If
You
you hadn't
did.
said
I was
anything,
about to talk and no one would have heard a thing, which is probably a good thing. We were speculating whether Jack and Karen Simpson would be listening or whether
yes.
they'd be playing golf. And you said you thought they'd be playing golf.
and they're listening clearly. If
Well, they could be listening and playing
well,
golf.
it could be that. Yes, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Did I get his clubs right? not the golf clubs.
In comes Clark and bowls down the leg side. Madsen looking to ease that one down to fine leg. Doesn't make contact. The ball go through to John Simpson. There is no run. Jack says, good morning. Enjoying the commentary from sunny Spain. Yes, Mick Moore played in the 67 World Championships and manager of the 94 England team.
Yeah.
I describe him as the most influential manager I've ever come across in any sport. Absolute top man, says Jack.
Some character, Mick. Some character.
There you go.
Yeah.
Clark in and bowls. Right in behind that is Madsen, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
He played lacrosse in Stockport, did Mick?
Well, that's great.
Yeah.
It's strange lacrosse, isn't it? How it seems to be played in sort of pockets of the country.
Yes. Yeah, no, very much so. Very much so.
It's quite a big sport. My brother-in-law lives in Boston, in Massachusetts, and it's quite big there as well.
Yeah.
You know, his son's played it. Clark in and bowls, and Madsen clips this one down to fine leg, picks up a single, footed way down in the distance by Danny Lamb. One more to Madsen. He goes to 6 on the total to 78 for 2.
It was, they say, a sport invented by the Iroquois Indians.
Right.
Or Native Americans,
Okay.
as I think we should
Maybe that's where it came
probably
from.
term them now quite correctly. And they often, the Iroquois nation, quite often had a team in the World Championships. I don't know if they still do, but there's a professional league in the United States.
In comes Clark, played by Lewis Rees to mid-wicket. There is no run.
And an indoor version of the game that they play effectively on ice hockey rinks, which looks exceptionally violent to me. And it looks quite violent anyway with that big stick or the cross that they have, which is why it's called the cross, obviously. I don't begin to understand it.
The game.
The game,
No.
absolutely not.
Clark in bowls. Played a second time there's been some hesitation. In fact, when I was doing my update, Fletch, and the throw came in, it very nearly ran out, Lewis. In fact, I think he'd given it up, Lewis Rees. I think he'd thought if it hits, I'm out.
The throw from Finn Hudson
Yes.
Prentice, fine piece of fielding as well, wasn't it?
He just
mistimed the shot, Wayne Madsen, and I think he just called Rees through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he wasn't happy, was he, Lewis Rees?
No,
He's batted very nicely here in challenging conditions with the lights on and the low cloud. Clark in again, bowls, and that's a very good stop. I just hesitated for a moment because I wasn't sure he had stopped in there, but it's a very good stop in there. I think that's Danny Lamb, who threw himself to his right. Yes, he did. He's now taking off his cap and he's going to bowl the next over. That certainly prevented 4 runs at a shortish backward point. 78 for 2, Madsen 6, Rees is on 32.
It's that kind of light, isn't it, where people's facial features sort of disappear. And it is very true. I mean, it might be our age, or my age. I don't
No, both of our ages.
Lump you in with my age, by any means. But yeah, just when it gets to this kind of, it's not quite twilight, is it, clearly, because it's midday, or 20 to 1. but it's very tricky to see features on faces. I know I often ask David Griffin what's it been like taking pictures, and there are some lights where it's because you like to get the face nice and sharp, and it can be tricky. Danny Lamb to bowl his third over, 2 overs for 7 so far for the former Lancashire man, bowling to Wayne Madsen, who drives very pleasantly but straight to Pujara. Well, sort of straight to him. He had to move to his left, but was comfortable enough doing that. Does the fielding.
I've got no excuse for not seeing. I've got a new pair of specs on, Fletch, which will please any Sussex listeners, because I keep on looking at the scoreboard and saying I don't know what the score is. But I'm not sure they're any better is the slight worry. These are the second time I had to take them back because I wore the new ones and couldn't see the number plates on cars, which isn't great.
That's not ideal. This next one from Lamb is pushed out off the back foot into the offside. I think that's a prerequisite, really, for a pair of glasses that you can see number plates.
Well, so I went into the optician, picked them up, and I was in a bit of a rush, as you always are, and I said, yeah, thanks very much. And then we were going somewhere in the car, and I said to my wife, I said, do you know what, I can't really see that number plate in front of you. We better put your old glasses on then, which I did. Went back, and the optician admitted they'd made a mistake.
Ooh.
So got them redone. I'm not sure they're any better, to be honest.
Lamb bowls to Madsen, who just guides this out into the offside. Haynes again at Coa does the fielding.
Bob Pook has been in touch in a sunny Hastings. That's interesting, Bob. So that suggests that the rain that is apparently spreading north, maybe that's that band, and down in the south coast it's going to be a nice afternoon. I'll read your email at the end of the over, Bob, but lovely to hear from you.
We should all decamp to the south coast.
Yeah, I don't think it's great there tomorrow. I think Sunday's meant to be okay, but yes.
Up the wicket comes Lamb, bowls to Madsen, off the back foot, forces it up to mid-off, not timing it. Pujara fields.
Always makes me laugh with the weather forecast here that we on the station saying if you want a detailed 14-day forecast, go online. Well, on the national forecast yesterday, they were saying could be some rain here, could be, bit of it, the devil's in the detail. I mean, how on earth you can have a 14-day forecast here? Anything that's accurate, it's ridiculous.
I don't think you can, because yesterday, the forecast I'm looking at now has pushed the rain back to 3 o'clock. Yesterday it was going to rain at 11. Oh, that one wraps Wayne Madsen amidships. He's just troubled for a moment because his inner thigh a rub. That's the last thing Wayne Madsen. And not for the first time in the Derbyshire innings, Lewis Rees does his fellow batter a favour and comes down and just gives him a couple of moments to breathe. He did the same with David Lloyd earlier on when he was hit by Jaden Seals.
Yes, he did. I think it's got gloomy again, Fletch.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think today's the day when we're grateful for any cricket we get.
No, agreed.
And then fingers crossed for tomorrow and the remaining 2 days after that. Danny Lamb from the City end bowls to Madsen, who gets an inside edge onto his pad this time. Asks, almost negotiates with Lewis Rees for a potential single. The ball had gone no more than 2 yards off the square, off the cut strip. It was picked up by John Simpson, and it's the end of the over. It was a maiden over for Danny Lamb. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 7. Derbyshire 78 for 2 with Rees on 32 and Madsen on 6. I'm just going to nip somewhere.
So Bob says, thank you for the commentary. I'm surprised that Ollie Carter hasn't been given a place in the side purely as a batsman, when he has a better first-class batting average than all of the other players, save for Pujara and Haynes. Perhaps he will get his chance in the second half of the season when Pujara returns to India. All the best, says Bob. Well, he must be close to selection, Bob. Made a score at Guildford, I think that was last week in the second 11. But I guess the others in the top order, there's always competition for places, which is great. But he'll certainly be knocking on the door, I'm sure, as the season goes ahead. Tom Clark's going to carry on from the racecourse end of the ground. He's in on bowls to Lewis Rees, who works this one down towards third man. He goes for the first one very quickly. They're thinking about a second, but there's never two there as Carson gets in the throw. One more to Rees. He's batted very nicely this morning. He's on 33. Derbyshire 79 for 2. For those of you just joining us here on BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher on commentary from the county ground in Derby, where it's been grey and overcast all morning. The floodlights are on. Sussex winning the toss this morning, electing to bowl first, unsurprisingly, given the conditions. Clark, Indian bowls down the leg side, taken by Simpson. Madsen's annoyed with himself. He didn't manage to flick that one down to fine leg for a boundary. The men out. David Lloyd for 16 LBW to Ollie Robinson, and then Finn Hudson-Prentice accounting for Brooke Guest, who was bowled for 22. The off-stump going cartwheeling out of the ground. Clark again, medium pace, in and bowls. Forward comes Madsen, plays to mid-on, fielded by Tom Haines, and there is no run. Good to see Tom Clark bowling again. He was suffering with an ankle problem. Let's talk to him about that, actually, last season. He's a more than useful seamer, Tom Clark. There's a chat away there to Ollie Robinson. I think he's probably a little bit above medium pace, in fairness. He comes again, bowls to Madsen, and is he caught down the leg side? And he is, and that's a terrific catch by John Simpson. It was down the leg slide, Madsen looking to clip it down to fine leg, and John Simpson with a very fine catch, diving away, left hand, just inches above the turf, and the third wicket goes down, and Wayne Madsen will be very, very disappointed to get out in that manner. He was looking to turn the ball down to fine leg. He's clipped it straight to John Simpson, who took a very fine catch down the leg side, and the third wicket goes down. Derbyshire 79 for 3.
You're right, it was a brilliant catch. Absolutely brilliant. Very low down. Managed to get his glove underneath it and make sure that he took the catch. I'm trying to think. I've seen one of those dismissals already this season, and I remember writing it down, so I'm hoping it wasn't Wayne Madsen on that occasion. I don't think it was, actually. Thinking about it. No, it wasn't. That's good news. Never good to be caught down the leg side. No.
He tried in the earlier on in this over, Fletch, to play that shot. And I said in commentary, I thought he looked a bit frustrated that he'd missed out. I mean, fair play to Tom Clark, he's picked up wicket, but I think a delivery that he probably wouldn't have expected to have picked a wicket up from. But Sussex won't worry about that. And you think now 79 for 3 that this justifies the decision to bowl first. I'm sure Derbyshire, with the lights on and the cloud cover today, would probably have decided to have done the same.
Oh, I have no doubt that they would. Be good to get Dupavil on into the game as early as possible, possibly Jack Morley. Get another opportunity for Blair Tickner to show what he's made of. But Matt Lamb, for the first time this season, strides out to the middle for the first team. Did well in a couple of pre-season matches, one innings in particular. I think it was against the South Asian Cricket Academy. Again, a big hitting batter who likes to get on with things.
Well, a tricky time to come in just before lunch as Clark is in on bowls, and Lamb is very solidly forward, very confidently forward, plays a tap down the offside of the track, and there is no run. So Lloyd for 14, Guest for 22, Madsen for 6. Batsman out, 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off. In fact, I'm going to praise that again. Backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as in comes Clark bowls. And another catch for John Simpson. No, it's not. It's gone down. It was to his right-hand side to the keeper. Difficult to see from this angle whether that carried to John Simpson. I rather think, by the way he's lying there, that he's cross with himself. And maybe it did carry. Let's see.
I thought it did.
Yeah, I think it did. I can see James Coles and Tom also. He's taken one brilliant catch in that over. As John Simpson down the leg side. It went fast to his right-hand side, and you could tell he's frustrated, the Sussex keeper. So I think we have to say that's a life for Matt Lamb. But before he'd scored, he picks up a couple of runs. And Derbyshire 81 for 3.
He went quite hard at it, didn't he?
He did.
Matt Lamb, which is not always ideal, especially early on in your innings. Just going to see if I can get the... I've just shown the replay. So what I'll do is I'll try and wind it back a bit. I need to wind it back a bit more. I'm fairly sure that carried through to the keeper.
Yeah.
John Simpson will be disappointed, as you say, but again, it was low down, wasn't it?
Very low.
The first one was to his left because it was down the leg side. That one was way across to his right. I mean, he was flat out trying to... There
would have been 2 excellent catches, wouldn't they? I mean, the first one down the leg side was a terrific catch. And we were just saying, difficult time to come out and bat now, isn't it? 10 minutes before lunch, all indications are that rain might be on the way. The light isn't great. It's a period of the game where you feel Sussex have got nothing to lose here.
Yeah.
You did carry.
Yeah, I did. Danny Lamb into bowl to Lewis Rees. Going to have a flock in a minute, as that one is pushed out back at a square on the leg side by Rees. He moves to 34. We're going to have Lamb bowling to Lamb.
Ah, very good.
Thank you very much. I thought of that yesterday, actually.
So,
It's the kind of thing that you normally forget by the time you get to a cricket ground, but very pleased with myself. Nobody shout mint sauce, for goodness sake. They'll be scarpering in all directions.
I wonder if there's been some lambs, bold lamb. We'd have had Alan Lamb, wouldn't we?
Yes, there must have been, surely. There's Danny Lamb in and bowls to Matt Lamb, who edges that one, but that's into the ground and drops short of second slip Tom Clark. He's paid for his bat, so he's going to use all of it, clearly.
Yeah.
Matt Lamb, that's a couple of edges.
Who did Tim Lamb pay for? Did he play for Northampton as well? I'm not sure.
It's no good if he played for the same team, is it? It's
No,
not-
wouldn't count. No. You might have got him in the net. They're going to make a change in the field here.
You'd expect a fox to get a lamb, wouldn't you?
You would?
This is absolute nonsense. Yes, Ollie Carter's gone to backward point now. The slip cordon is up to 3, with James Coles moving in at third slip. And Danny Lamb is in. Matt Lamb
that's
struck on the
close.
pad, and he's gone. Leg before wicket. Adrian called it before Nigel Long's finger even went up, and Derbyshire have lost 2 in quick succession here. And they're now 82 for 4, with Matt Lamb going for 2 off just 4 balls. But to be honest, he never really looked like he was settled, did he? Well,
No.
he can't in 4 balls, but in those 4 deliveries, he's been trapped leg before wicket and had 2 edges. And away he goes. His first innings of the season is less than successful, I'm afraid, for Matt Lamb. Another leg before wicket. And a first wicket for Danny Lamb.
He looked like he was playing across the line there, didn't he? I mean, he was really pinned in front. And we were just saying, you're at a slight hiding to nothing coming out in this light, this close to lunch. And Sussex, having picked up a couple of wickets in the last couple of overs, will have fully justified that decision to bowl first. The umpires are just having a natter, actually. Which I'm not sure if that's about the light or they just decided to have a natter. It's not great, it has to be said.
Well, here comes the man who was very unfortunate not to get a century at Headingley. At one point, the scoreboard said he was on 96 not out. And the next delivery he hit for 4, by which time he'd gone back down to 92. He knew, because Martin Saggers, the umpire, had told him, there was a beamer bowled, and he was caught on the boundary of a beamer, and it was given as no ball and a 4, which it couldn't possibly have been. There was some discussion. He ended up 97 anyway before he went for a shot into the leg side and basically looped it up to the man at slip. But he's an exciting matter to watch, an Aaron Donnelly. He got 3 first-class centuries, which surprised me, and I've seen one of them. At Colwyn Bay in 2016, he made 200 and plenty.
Yes.
But you might have seen more of him with in the white ball stuff down in the south.
Yeah, and he went to Hampshire, didn't he, for a while?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Here's Matt Lamb bowling to Donald, who pushes that ball into the backward point. He's going to be run out if there's a direct hit, but Ollie Carter's throw was a shocker. It missed the stumps by a good yard. And Aaron Donald was basically shaking hands at the other end of the pitch with Lewis Rees. He wanted to get off the mark, first delivery. Lewis Rees had no intention of running, and I think he was absolutely right not to.
Oh, absolutely. It's his call, wasn't it? It's Lewis Rees's call.
Yeah, and it wasn't a great throw from Carter. Having said that, he had to hit the stumps or throw out the stumps because it would have been too much time for John Simpson to get up to them, but it wasn't a great throw.
No, it's a dreadful throw, wasn't it? A wicket-keeper's throw, that was.
Yes, absolutely. Here comes Danny Lamb again and bowls to an Aaron Donald, who defends this one. There you go. Get your eye in. And there's no run. 82 for 4. It remains with around about 6 minutes to go or so, or 5 minutes to go until lunch. So we might get the rest of this over, one ball of this over to go. We might get a couple in, we might not.
Well, Sussex will be very keen to get round and get another one in if they can.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Yeah, absolutely. In comes Lamb once more, bowls to Donald, who drives, but straight to Pujara at mid-off. That is the end of the over. Wickets being shared around quite nicely by the Sussex bowlers. Now one for Robinson, one for Hudson Prentice, one for Lamb, and one for Clark. Danny Lamb, in fact, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 8. Terrific figures for the fourth seamer. Reese has 34. Donald yet to get off the mark, 82 for 4.
In fact, the bowling changes. This was very much the case at Hove last week, actually, that or the week before last, wherever the Gloucestershire game was, that the bowling changes seemed to work for Sussex, and they've certainly worked today. Hudson Prentice coming in, picking up a wicket. Tom Clark, 3 overs, 1 for 12. Danny Lamb, 4 overs, as Fletch was saying, 1 for 8. Is there a clock somewhere on the ground that we go by, Fletch, for lunch?
I think they go by this clock in the bottom right-hand corner of the big screen, but there is one on the members' pavilion as well.
Tom Clark round the wicket, comes in, bowls to Lewis Rees, who hammers that one away through point. That's going to race away towards the boundary for... Oh, what a great bit of fielding down there. That's a really fine piece of fielding, all the way down in the distance by Danny Lamb. Brilliant piece of fielding. That looked at 4 runs written all over it. It was belted away through backward point, and Lamb chased all the way round from third man and literally pulled the ball up inside the fence. Good bit of fielding.
I've got no idea how he pulled that, but he
That's great, wasn't it?
pull it in because it had gone past him, hadn't
It
it?
was a really good bit of fielding.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely brilliant.
That's what you need.
Danny Lamb.
Yeah. Ian Shin's been in touch. He says, hello guys, I'm watching on YouTube from a wet Maidenhead. Enjoying the excellent commentary as usual. Have you commentated from Maidenhead?
Is that Berkshire?
Yes.
No.
York Road.
Yeah, no, I don't think they were in the National League when I was covering it.
Okay. Clark. In bowls, let go by Donald outside the off stump. No run. I understand, because someone said this, it's one of the oldest grounds in the country, if not the oldest.
I noticed
apparently
on their Twitter handle that they mention York Road, don't they? They're very proud of the fact that that's where they play, so that would make sense, wouldn't it?
It's on a big slope. Not from goal to goal, but from side to side.
Right.
In comes Clark. In and bowls, and Donald plays that into the offside. I have to say, it's so gloomy, it's quite difficult to follow the course of the ball. I mean, it's gone straight to Pujara at cover, but it's not easy to see in the light here. Ian says, really chuffed about the win over Gloucestershire and hope we can take some more Derbyshire wickets and force another win. Very happy that the Duke's ball is being used, as I don't think Hudson Prentice would have taken his wicket without it. Apparently it was a beauty. Clark in. Bowls let go outside the off stump by Donald. There is no run.
You're absolutely right, Adrian. This is terrific work this morning that we're going through here, isn't it? Because it is acknowledged by the FA and FIFA to be the oldest continuously used senior football ground in the world by the same club.
Wow.
It's been used there since 1871. Wow.
There we are.
Yeah, there's a blue plaque commemorating that just inside the home turnstile on the York Road side of the ground.
In comes Clark bowls, driven beautifully by Donald. That's going to be 4 runs. That was a class shot, over pitch by Tom Clark. It was asking to be driven, and Donald duly obliged. That was beautifully driven away for 4. His first runs, 89 for 4 at Derbyshire. Unfortunately, the commentary position is not the best, Fletch.
Okay.
But then, hey-ho, why should we moan it?
Yeah, we'll let them off. It was first used by Maidenhead Cricket Club, as many
there you go.
sporting venues were, weren't they? Derby County started just to our right. In 1888, played their first game in the Football League here.
In comes Clark bowls and defended down the offside of the track by Donald. Sussex are racing around. They fancy another over. The green clock on Fletcher's screen says 12:59. So if the umpires are in place, and I think we are going to get another over before.
Not sure.
89 for 4. The clock says 12:59. The umpires are making their way in. So that wasn't the old baseball ground, Fletch?
No, that was way to our in front of us and to the right. Now, Derby County played here till the 1880s, 1890s.
Right.
There was the first FA Cup final played outside of London was on this ground.
Where the buildings are to the right of us?
No, to our right, pretty much where the nets are at the back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Danny Lamb from the City end in and bowls to Lewis Rees, who it's a slightly streaky Single down to backward point, where it's fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice. Gets off strike, which is perhaps what he was trying to do. Moves on to 38, 90 for 4. I'll see how far into this over I can get before my 1 o'clock update. News bed has just appeared in my ears.
Go on, you keep going, Fletch.
3 slips for Lamb. And Aaron Donald off the mark with that glorious boundary in the previous over. They'll want these two to be together when they leave the field for lunch as Lamb bowls down the leg side. He tries to flick it away there, Donald, but can make no contact with it. And as a result, it goes through to a rapidly moving John Simpson down the leg side away to his left. Claps his gloves together. Offers a word of encouragement for Danny Lamb with 4 balls of the session remaining. Good session for Sussex, having won the toss, decided to put Derbyshire in. Taken 4 wickets as Lamb bowls wide of the off stump. Now, might have just come back in a little bit off the pitch, but was wide enough for an Aaron Donald to leave alone, which he duly did. That wind I was talking about earlier just seems to have dropped again, which may or may not be good news. Not being a meteorologist, I'm not entirely certain how these things work, as Lamb is in and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by an Aaron Donald. And again, there is no run. I'm starting to panic now, Adrian. I might have to leave this for you.
The light has got better again, strangely. It's been drifting in and out all morning, but now it's, again, it looks quite... I'm never sure when the light gets better, whether that's because it's perversely, because it's got darker and the lights are taking more of an effect. But the lights are certainly, you can see the shadows on the pitch now. As in comes Lamb. Racing in bowl to Donald, who forces this one into the offside. It was a misfield by Lee Carter, and that's going to race away towards the boundary for 4 runs. And Danny Lamb's not desperately impressed about that. Ollie Carter at backward point. And Donald goes to 8, and the total to 94 for 4. 3 slips, a backward point, cover up mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. This will definitely be the last over before lunch. And we've got 1 more ball to be bowled. Impressive spell by Danny Lamb, who's really been excellent for Sussex. Both the 2 new signings, as Fletch was saying, have really brought some much-needed experience to this Sussex side. As Lamb, Donald just waits to see the fact. Sussex put a man now back at deep backward square as in comes Lamb and bowls, and Donald turns that through square leg and picks up a single on at the stroke of lunch. So he will go to lunch 9 not out. Lewis Rees, who's batted throughout the morning and very well, he's on 38. Derbyshire are 95 for 4. The wickets shared around, 1 for Ollie Robinson, 1 for Finn Hudson-Prentice, 1 for Danny Lamb, and 1 for Tom Clark. And the players make their way off. John Simpson will be very pleased that the difficult chance that went down really didn't count for anything, because Matt Lamb was then LBW to Danny Lamb for just 2. So very much Sussex's morning here. They'll be delighted to have won the toss and bowled under cloudy skies and with the floodlights on. How much play we're going to get this afternoon, Fletch, I'm not sure, but Sussex will be pleased with the work that they've done. In fact, is that an umbrella I can see up at the fire? No, it's just someone walking out the ground.
I hope not. I don't think umbrellas are going to be much use around about 3 o'clock this afternoon, but we should get some more play in around about 40 minutes' time. It's been a good morning, as Adrian said, for Sussex, Derbyshire, with a bit of work to do here, having been put into bat this morning, 95 for 4. And we will return when the players return after their lunch. Bowled nicely this
Yeah, he
morning.
did.
7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 18.
I thought he sort of grew into his spell, actually.
Yes, he did.
I thought he was bowling with quite good pace. And that's the thing he's got to do. I don't think it's any good if you're going to bowl for England, coming in and bowling anything less than 80. In comes Robinson. Bowls, and Donald lets that go outside of the off stump, taken by John Simpson. And there is no run. So thank you for all your emails throughout the morning. It's good to hear from everybody. Just have a quick scan around the country. They are still playing at... Crumbs Kent in trouble again. 76 for 4 at Lancashire. Essex 97 for 5 at Somerset. Still no play at Lords. Anglo Morgan 92 for 2 at Headingley. Robinson bowling with 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. Runs away from us in and bowls. Oh, that's a great delivery. That's a cracking delivery. Good pace, good carry through to John Simpson, and that didn't miss the outside edge by very much. And that was a really charging in here now, Robinson. There was really good pace on that. Fletcher was saying earlier, Jeff Arnold, do they call them spotters, the people?
I think so. When you called him a spotter earlier, I thought, yeah, that's the perfect.
Yeah.
Well, just keeping an eye on
Yeah.
Ollie Robinson.
Yeah. No doubt reporting back. And I'm sure Ollie Robinson is very aware that he's here. Comes running in from the racecourse end. Bowls to Donald. Donald drives without timing to mid-on. And there is no run. Sussex winning the toss for those of you joining us for the first time today. Unsurprisingly deciding to bowl with the floodlights on and total cloud cover. Has been a break in the cloud all day. In fact, that cloud seems to be getting sort of slightly lower across the ground now. Losing David Lloyd for 14, Brooke Guest 22, Wayne Madsen 6, and Matt Lamb for 2. One of those wickets taken by Ollie Robinson, who's on his way. 4 slips go down, he bowls, and Donald lets this one go by outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. I rather think here, Dave, that Derbyshire will just be keen, whenever this rain is going to arrive, that they just want to get there without losing another wicket, to be honest.
Absolutely. You know how cricketers say we never take any notice of the weather forecast?
Yeah.
Well, they definitely did against Leicestershire because they had 27 overs to bat, and Wayne Madsen and Alex Thompson batted very carefully for 27 overs to make sure they didn't lose another wicket and expose the tail, and they've got a draw. They'll know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Robinson bowls, and Donald defends into the offside. There is no run. I mean, it's all the talk. And really, by this stage of the season, we should be getting something half decent. I mean, it has been dreadful. The fellow on the gate, actually, when I came in, I said, "Oh, is it going to rain?" And he said, like you, mid-afternoon. But he said, "I don't think the forecast's very good for Monday." And I said, "Isn't it?" And
Forecast for Monday's not as bad as it was. I will say no more than that. I'm going to count the fact that they can't barely forecast the nose in front of their face.
No, I agree. Robinson over the wicket, bowls, and right in behind that is Donald. Plays it to the onside. There is no run. End of the over. 95 for 4. Donald on 9. Rees on 38.
Tomorrow and Sunday, according to the Met Office, are clear, and if there is any rain at the moment, the Met Office is saying on Monday it won't come till 7 o'clock, by which time
would be done.
Will be done and dusted.
I'm just noticing on the Sussex are -2 on the over rate, which
well, we've only had 29 overs now, which isn't very many, is it? 32 a session is what they should be bowling. I mean, yes, they took 4 wickets, and I'm sure that'll be taken into consideration, but
I think that's it taken into consideration. You know, I'm always quite confused by how it works out.
You and me both. So we still haven't bowled the requisite number of overs to get to lunch yet. We've got another 3 to go, but they're only -2. In comes Finn Hudson-Prentice from the City end, and it's carved away nicely off the back foot by Lewis Rees out towards the point boundary. Giving chase is Jack Carson, and it's a forlorn chase, I'm afraid, for Carson, because the ball has beaten him to the boundary. It's the first 4 of the afternoon session, and Lewis Rees moves on to 42. Derbyshire 99 for 4. Their first 50 came up in 11 overs and 5 balls, and they're 1 shy of that now. And I'll tell you in a minute how many overs we've had, because it's just gone off the screen. Good following of the ball on that occasion, though. We've had 1 ball of the 30th over, so the second 50 is considerably slower than the first. In tricky conditions as Hudson Prentice bowls to Rees, who again goes on the back foot and cuts it. It bounces a couple of times before reaching the man at backward point, and they do scramble through for a quick single. I think Hearts would have been in mouths momentarily there as the ball made its way to backward point. Who is that at backward point?
I thought it was Jack Carson.
Yes, well, that would make sense because he's just chased the ball to the boundary.
Yeah,
of course.
yes, it is.
Yes, it would make perfect sense
That's right.
that it would be him. That's the 100 up for Derbyshire. Let's get all excited about
I should be
that.
able to tell with my new glasses on, Fletch.
should.
Inexcusable, really.
Well, not for me to say, clearly, but you go to a reputable optician.
Yeah, I did.
In comes Hudson Prentice and bowls. That's defended by an Aaron Donald. With my glasses, I can tell that's him. I'm due for an eye test at the end of the season. I went for one at the end. What were you now? At the end of the 22 campaign, because I literally couldn't see anything. And they went, "Yeah, you should just about be safe enough to drive, but."
Whoa.
Similar to your experience
Yeah.
of not being able to see it. And my life was changed forever because I can see everything now, and it's remarkable. I've been squinting for years. Hudson Prentice bowls to Donald. That's an interesting shot up towards wide, long on. It's being chased down by Ollie Robinson, who looked like he was just struggling to get there. They're going to come back for third as well. It's a decent-ish throw. They do get back for three. He looked like he was running through treacle at one point there, Ollie Robinson. Donald moves to 12, and it's 103 for 4.
I thought for a minute he'd slipped.
Well, I thought for a minute he pulled something, so I was holding my breath, really, because that's the last thing he wants, isn't it,
yeah.
at this time of the year.
Yeah.
Thunder to follow the rain, apparently.
Oh, that doesn't sound very promising. Jayden Seals looks absolutely frozen down below us.
Yes. You don't get many days like this in Trinidad, I don't think, do you?
No, no.
Welcome to Derby, Jayden.
Yeah.
He'll never want to come back, will he? Hudson Prentice around the wicket to Lewis Rees, who jabs the bat down on that one, pushes it out into the offside, and it's fielded by James Coles in the very optimistic, not just optimistic, but very optimistic sun hat.
Yes.
There's precious little chance of it being used as a sun hat today. It might keep the rain off his shoulders a bit later on.
He's one of these guys, James Coles. I can't think of a time he's been in the field, but I haven't seen him in a sun hat.
I like that, though. I'm
Yeah.
going to write that. Yeah, I'm going to write that down so that I can recognise him straight away. Hudson Prentice, in and bowls. That one is a full delivery pushed out into the offside by Lewis Rees. And the man who used to have possibly the best hair in the county championship, his over comes to an end. His seventh. 1 for 22. Derbyshire 103 for 4. Donald on 12. Rees on 43. What has he done?
Yeah, it's all gone, Fletch.
It's a real shame.
It's all gone. Jason's been in touch. He says, "Good afternoon, guys. Great to hear. Good old Fletcher." Good old Fletcher.
Certainly half of that's true.
I'm living in Eastbourne, and my question is, why don't we play at Saffrons no more? Well, Sussex were playing some one-day games at the Saffrons going back, certainly pre-COVID in Eastbourne. In comes Ollie Robinson. Bowls, and Donald is solidly forward, placed mid-on, fielded by Jayden Seals. There is no run. The light again is not very good. And COVID came along, and clubs want to play games at headquarters, don't they? It's expensive to move games away, unless you can find a sponsor or whatever. Certainly no games away from Hove this year, but I think there are plans to certainly take cricket around the county again. But it's expensive business, isn't it?
It is when you put so much money into your headquarters grounds.
Comes Robinson. Oh, that's a great delivery. That's a suit. It always cuts Donald in half. Taken by Simpson going down the leg side. There is no run. I think this is as bad as the light's been all day, actually, Fletch.
I fear you're right.
It's funny, isn't it? Because when it got bright, it seemed to get brighter early on, and the light has sort of drifted in and out. But it just, in the distance, if that's where the rain is coming from, and Fletch assures me it is, that the clouds just look a lot lower there now. And it is certainly quite gloomy. You just wouldn't be surprised if we were to come off. I'm sure Derbyshire would want that. Robinson in, bowls, and Donald drives without timing to mid-off. Good sprawling stop by Tom Haynes at mid-off. Shines the ball. Big Tottenham fan is Tom Haynes.
Is he?
Yeah, can't help that.
He'll be happy after last night then.
Well,
won't he?
the Sussex head coach is a Chelsea fan, so there's no doubt been some quiet ribbing. Graham Irwin, the scorer, is a Tottenham fan as well, so I think there was some quiet ribbing going on the coach on the way in this morning.
Excellent.
Robinson runs away from us. And bowls. Donald is forward, and he always seemed to change his shot then. And he says, well, shall I pick the ball up or leave it with you? You can now see the light sort of glinting off the back of an Aaron Donald's bat. Which is always can you see? It's almost like a bit of a sign that I can see Nigel Long at square leg is just looking around as if to say, this is as bad as it's been. I mean, fair play to the umpires. We've stayed out there, but this does look quite gloomy. Robinson, 103 for 4. Oh, Derbyshire is in the bowl, and he's hit on the pad. I reckon it's going down the leg side. We can see it, even though we're nowhere near straight in line. There was a bit of a howl from the slip cord, and Donald rehearses that little chop round the corner. He was, when he was at Glamorgan, the start of his career at Aaron Donald, he was really rated as someone who could go a long way in the game, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And he still might, of course.
Fairly sure he's had both knees operated on over the course. Certainly when he was at Hampshire, I think he had both knees operated on.
Oof. What, cruciates?
I think so.
Ooh,
I think so, which is never ideal, is it?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Robinson again. In bowls. Donald is forward. Plays it into the offside without timing. There is no run. Have another good tidy over from Ollie Robinson, who's now bowled 9 overs, 5 maidens, taken 1 for 18. Well, the umpires, I think, I thought they were going to have a natter then, but maybe not.
I'm glad you mentioned an Aaron Donald. It gives me an opportunity to highlight something that's happening on BBC Radio Derby tomorrow afternoon. Jack Timon with Summer Saturday from 2 o'clock. He's got a lengthy chat with an Aaron Donald, and it's going to become a regular feature. And Aaron Donald was good enough to join us on breakfast on the opening day of the season, and Jack took a shine to him. Unfortunately for an Aaron, as that one, his first ball of a new Finn Hudson-Prentice over is pushed up to mid-off by Lewis Rees, who remains on 43, 103 for 4. I think that's going to go out between 2 and 3. Obviously, you'll be listening to the cricket, but you can always go back on BBC Sounds and have a listen to that as well. I'm sure it'll be well worth it. And Aaron Donald is as so many cricketers are. They're proper characters, aren't they? And they have opinions, and they're well worth listening to most of the time. As Hudson-Prentice bowls to Rees, who just dabs this off the inside edge down towards backward square leg for a single.
He's going to do it as a regular feature.
Apparently so,
Oh,
yeah.
good, that's really
a bit
good.
like it. I think what he's aiming for, Jack Timon, who's our breakfast show reporter, what he's aiming for is something along the lines of My Mate's a Footballer, which is, oh gosh, what's his name? The comedian with the beard. I can't remember his name now. And Patrick Bamford on BBC Sound, which is quite amusing. It'll come to me at some point. Hudson-Prentice. In and bowls to Donald, who drives out to the cover boundary for 4. Hudson-Prentice immediately points towards his skipper, John Simpson, and perhaps asks for a change in the field, but you can't really put somebody out on the cover boundary for a ball that's wide of the off stump and just there to be driven, really.
No, I agree. But the light has just improved now, hasn't it? I ought to stop talking about it, really, because people are probably bored, but it just seems to have got a little lighter.
The floodlights are shining brightly on the windscreen of that white van next to
Oh,
the...
yes, I can see.
Yeah.
Next to the pavilion, yeah, they are.
By the club shop, which was a bookshop but now has no books.
Oh, that's a shame.
I think they're doing a book exchange in that paper shed next to it. It took them about a day and a half to build that. In comes Hudson-Prentice. That's a drive, but it wasn't particularly controlled drive from an Aaron Donald. This is how he has been playing this season. And it goes to the backward point boundary for 4 more. He's gone on to 20 now, and Derbyshire 112 for 4. So going against everything that we agreed that they were going to do and try not to lose their wickets before the rain eventually arrives in the next hour or so. And Aaron Donald looks to have gone on the attack here against Finn Hudson-Prentice with back-to-back boundaries. 20 off 29 balls he's up to now, having been 9 at lunch. Interesting that James Coles, has just moved around a little bit from third slip. He's more of a gully now, waiting for that loose shot from an Aaron Donald. As Hudson Prentice is in and he defends this out into the offside. Danny Lamb does the fielding and then there's no run. Keep checking the Fletch Sport Twitter feed. Nobody's listening to me. I imagine. More Welshmen in this ground today than at most Glamorgan matches, I fancy.
Ooh.
Dean Cosker's the match referee. I haven't said hello to Dean yet. Always good to have a chat. Oh, he's reached for that one as an Aaron Donald, and he's lifted it out towards the cover boundary. Seals is racing around and doesn't get there. If he'd have put the dive in, he's a fast bowler from the West Indies, remember. If he'd have put the dive in, he might have stopped it, but that was in the air for a long, long time. And Finn Hudson Prentice is giving him quite the stare here. He can't quite believe that, look, he's turning round now as well. He's not happy with that bit of fielding. Donald moves on to 24, 116 for Derbyshire. Lewis Rees has 44. And we've had 1/3 of the day's play. We've now had a full session, and it's only 2 o'clock. So if we had been here till the close of play, it would have been here beyond 7 o'clock.
I think we would have been. I mean, Sussex last year got penalised. They lost, was it 5 points overall last season for slow over eights? They were not, and it's something I did raise with John Simpson at the pre-season press conference, really, and so the Sussex are well aware of it.
Well, given how tight it's likely
I
to be,
agree.
if you lose 5...
Yeah. I mean, Sussex lost points for discipline as well.
That's not ideal.
Which happens, and isn't ideal, and I'm sure that that'll be under control. In comes Ollie Robinson, comes in bowls to Lewis Rees, who's it could be well. In the end, it's a well-judged run. Could be good cricket all round. Actually, it was played by Lewis Rees into the offside. There was a little bit of yes and knowing, and when Lewis Rees realised that an Aaron Donald was going to come through for the single, they got through comfortably in the end. James Coles then came running in from the slip court and fielded the ball, threw at the non-striker's end and hit the stumps. But Lewis Rees was very safely home. Now we have got a change in the field. There's a third man, a deep backward square going out on the point boundary is Cheteshwar Pujara. What am I talking about? It's a right-hander, so it's a deep square. I just see the groundsman. He's just walking around by his covers down there.
Yeah, Neil Godrich is on the move.
And that's always a sign, isn't it?
They know. They know.
Robinson in the bowls, or drives, and he's going to get forward. Well, he's well. To be Ollie Robinson, I'm sure he's having a few words there with an Aaron Donald. But to be fair, if it's overpitched, he's going to have a tilt at it.
Yeah.
He goes to 28. Derbyshire to 121 for 4. Nothing wrong with that.
That is the way, etc. You fill in the rest of that sentence. And Aaron Donald this year 7, 45, 19 and 97.
Okay.
He played a couple of very poor shots against Leicestershire. And I know that Mickey Arthur was disappointed in some of the shots played in the 2 innings. He didn't specifically pick anybody out. But
well, he's making John Simpson think about field placings here. And maybe he's just decided the light isn't great here. If I could sort of scratch around, I'm just better off playing a few shots.
yeah, high-risk strategy.
It is.
I'll see you in a minute.
Robinson is in. 3 slips go down. He's in a mould. And that's a slower ball. And Donald drives him away for 4 more. Well, just over the top of the fielder at mid-off. It was a slower delivery from Ollie Robinson. And it was belt away, but it was in the air from an Aaron Donald. But he picks up another boundary. Just out of the clutches of Jack Carlson. Would have been a brilliant... Was that Jack Carlson done? I think it is. Turn around, Jack. Either way, would have been a brilliant catch had it been held. He didn't get his hand to it. Donald races to 32 off 33 balls, and Derbyshire to 125 for 4. They've added 30 runs since lunch in 4 and a bit overs. Most of that courtesy of an Aaron Donald. In fact, I think that might be Danny Lamb there at mid-off. Yeah, it was, just out of his clutches. What's going to happen with this delivery? Robinson in and bowled right up in the block. I'll add a no ball, and that won't improve Ollie's mood. 127 for 4. 3 slips. Backward point, cover mid-off. Mid-on, deep backward square on a fine leg. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio, Sussex and Derby. Adrian Harms and Dave Fletcher, your commentary team. If you'd like to get in touch, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk or fletchcricket@gmail.com. We're watching Ollie Robinson running away from us from the racecourse end of the ground. He's in a bowl short to Donald, who pulls down to fine leg. It's fielded down on the boundary by Ollie Carter, who's on doing some substitute fielding for, I'm not entirely sure who, but it's another single to Donald, who goes to 33 off 35 balls. Derbyshire to 128 for 4. Which Aidan Sills is on, Ollie Robinson is on. I think that's Finn Hudson-Prentice way down at third man. Danny Lamb is on. Might be Tom Haynes who's off the field. Robinson in again to bowl to Lewis Rees. He's in a bowl and Rees just tucks this one down to fine leg. You pick up one, they'll think about two, but the second one really isn't there as Pujara trots back from square leg to field. One more to Rees. He's batted very nicely. He goes to 45, and Derbyshire at the end of the over 129 for 4. There's now 2 members of the ground staff. I can see the umpires are chatting away to the ground staff as well.
He's just getting the latest information there, isn't he, Nigel Long, about when that rain will hit.
Yeah. And there's 2 members of the ground. It looks like they're just poised to come on at any time. Same happens at Sussex, you know, when you get the Sussex lads, when they come down, you know that rain is on the way. Robinson in bowls, Donald right in behind that, and steers it down to third man for 4 runs. Well, that was extraordinary. Sussex had changed the field. It was just a little nudge, really, through backward point. This is a classy innings from an Ira Donald. He goes to 37 of 36 balls. I think since lunch, he must have hit 6 fours.
They've scored 30 runs in the last 2 overs.
It's extraordinary.
There's been 1, 2, 3, 5 boundaries, a no ball, or 6 boundaries rather, a no ball, and 4 singles. Forgive my maths if it doesn't
All
sound
6 boundaries to an Ira Donald? Yeah, because at,
yes, they are, yes.
at lunch he had 9.
Yes, and now he's on 37. I should have written down how many deliveries he'd faced at lunch. I wonder if that's on the... I could find that out clearly.
I made a note, because I made a note Lewis Rees...
Yes, he'd faced 13 deliveries at lunch for his 9.
Right.
Finn Hudson-Prentice from the City end bowling to Lewis Rees, who carves this into the offside for 4. Lewis Rees fan club down below has enjoyed that one. It was a despairing dive from Ollie Carter. And that's 50 for Lewis Rees. 77 deliveries. And that was his 5th boundary. He's batted nicely.
That's a good knock, isn't it?
In the circumstances, absolutely, because he's been watching teammates perish. David Lloyd for 14, Brooke Guest for 22, Wayne Madsen for 6, and Matt Lamb for 2. And he's also watched at the other end an Aaron Donald teeing off. But he's just kept going in his own special way. Oh, he's bowled him off stump. Finn Hudson-Prentice gets Rees. The ball after he reached his half century. Off stump goes cartwheeling back. That'll teach me to say he's been batting nicely. He's out for exactly 50, and Derbyshire 137 for 5 now. A second wicket for Finn Hudson-Prentice. He's on 2 for 39.
Well, Derby have been going like an express train since lunch. They've added exactly 40 runs. And he batted very nicely, Lewis Rees, and he'll be really disappointed to get it, particularly as those ground staff seem to be sort of gathering in numbers now. There was 1, now there's 3 just ambling around down by the covers.
Looking to see where the tractor is. Where's the tractor? They're not going to pull those covers on by hand. So as soon as the tractor comes out, we know we're in trouble as Anuj Dal comes out to bat. But yeah, Rees will be slightly disappointed.
He will.
He may also, having reached 50, be the man who has to front up the press later on, which won't please him too much. Yeah, he's always happy to talk, Lou, but he'll calm down in an hour's time, hopefully. Umpires are indeed consulting with each other now, and they're having a look round. I hesitate to say whether these drops on the window that I can see in front of me, there are definitely drops of rain on the window. It might be here a little bit earlier than we'd expected, but the ground staff have retreated a little bit. So, but any time between now and 3 o'clock, we expect it. Expect it to rain. Hassan Adnan, the first-class umpire, is one of the scorers next door to us. He was up at Headingley out in the middle last week. This week, obviously, got a week off, Hass. Always good to see him. Such a nice man. Former Derbyshire player, of course. And Anuj Dal is ready to face his first delivery. Just checking to see how many. I'll do that in a moment. Hudson Prentice bowls to Dal, who's off the mark straight away with the boundary up towards the wide mid-wicket boundary in front of the members' pavilion in the far distance. 4 runs straight away. His second half century of the season for Lewis Rees after his 91 not out in the second innings against Glamorgan. Had enough time to get to 3 figures against Glamorgan, but the game sort of ground to a halt at Sophia Gardens on the final day.
Is it fairly flat down there? Or?
Well, it turned square before lunch on day 1, which enabled Alex Thompson to take 7 wickets in the first innings and then took 5 in the second. Then it just flattened out completely. It was remarkable, absolutely remarkable. But yes, everybody was surprised about the turn as Hudson Prentice is in and bowls to Dal, who defends this one out into the offside, as you would be. I mean, I'm told, not being I'm a relatively regular trips to Sophia Gardens, but certainly not as much as the locals. And they were saying, yeah, well, quite often it'll seem about in the morning on the first day, and perhaps for a day and a half, and then flatten out. Well, this turned square. It was remarkable, and he bowled beautifully. And he's gone from 12 wickets in a match 3 games ago to not even being in the team. As in comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Dal, turning to the leg side this time to the man at mid-wicket, James Coles.
So why is he not in the team, Fletch? Not injured or?
No, not injured. He's been left out, and they've preferred the left arm spin of Jack Morley, who's making his debut for Derbyshire. So
He's the lad from Lancashire.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. Here comes Hudson Prentice again, bowls to Dal, who just dabs it into the leg side, and they think about to single out. It's always interesting batting with Anuj Dal because he's as quick as anybody on the first-class circuit between the wickets and out in the field, of course. So you've got to be on your guard in case he calls for the quick single. I just hope that these two are actually saying, right, the rain is imminent. Let's not mess around and let's come back on tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock.
Could it be sort of coming in, Fletch, from the direction sort of over the hotel? Because if it is in that direction, it's really, for as far as you can see, it's very grey. And you can see some lights on cranes over there as well.
Let me consult my...
In the meantime, it's going to be Ollie Robinson who's going to carry on to bowl to an Iron Donald. He's 37 not out. Robinson in bowl short. Donald pulls him for 4 runs. Too short from Ollie Robinson, and Donald is enjoying himself here. He goes to 41 off just 37 balls. And Derbyshire to 145 for 5. So runs have come. We've had 50 runs exactly since lunch in 6 overs.
We've had 29 overs at lunch, I think, haven't we?
Oh,
28 overs
28.
at lunch, I beg your pardon. You're absolutely right.
So 50 runs, so 6/8 of 48. So they're going 8 and over since lunch.
It's nice and steady, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's coming from the east. The weather.
right.
Well, the rain is certainly.
Okay,
According to the radar. I don't think anybody knows.
No. Robinson in again, bowls to Donald. He plays onto it. That's good cricket by an Iron Donald. Just picks up the single, and that will please the coach when you do that. You're obviously seeing the ball very clearly. You pick up a boundary, then next ball just played into the gap for the single. Good cricket from Donald. And as I say, the conversation we had earlier on, and you were saying he's had some knee problems, etc., which has perhaps stalled his career. But the feeling was he was always a very good player.
Yes. He's the kind of player who, if he gets in and stays in, can take a game away from anybody.
Yeah, very quickly.
Which is, I mean, I'm not suggesting he's taking this game away from anyone. As Ollie Robinson shows the ball to Tom Lungley, the umpire, has a look at it. Says, I've bowled with worse, son. Now he's going to put it through the calipers here.
Oh, so we've got a little delay. Oh, there.
The last thing, well, Nigel Long almost breaking into a trot there.
He is, well, very slow trot.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. Yes, barely a walk. Alexander in America, he's, now obsessed would be the wrong word, but it wouldn't be far off. So it's not banging on about the multi-tier system like football. If county championship cricket does get contracted to 10 counties, what will happen to Division 2? This is the big question in cricket at the moment, really, because that's what the ECB wants. And I've been saying it since I started doing this, that's what they want. They're going to change the ball, incidentally, so there'll be a further delay here. That the ECB wants 10 elite, as they see them, counties. But the counties that remain, we were talking about this at lunch, the counties that remain, the 8 current first-class counties, there's nothing to stop you playing first-class cricket, and why not bring in Cumberland and bring in Devon and Cornwall and Staffordshire and Bedfordshire. The teams that have been really good national sides, national cricket teams, as they're now called, the old, what were they called? Minor counties,
yes.
That's what they were called, but they're not regarded as that anymore, quite right too. I think it will be fascinating. You see the friendlies that are played, they always play one of these showcase matches, don't they, before the 50-over competition starts. And 1 or 2 of the national counties beat the first-class counties.
Yes, Oxfordshire, another good one.
Yeah, so there's some good cricketers out there, and the top 10 would need cricket to continue at some level, and a pretty decent level as well, I would suggest, so that they can come and pinch all the cricketers, much like they do at the moment. You've only got to ask Worcestershire what's happened to them over the last couple of seasons. Derbyshire have lost players, mostly to Nottinghamshire, in everybody's case, I think.
Robinson in bowls, hit on the pad, and he's given out. And Robinson picks up his second wicket. And Anuj Dal is gone for 4. Well, we said Sussex had everything to gain in this spell if we are going to get some poor weather. And Ollie Robinson picks up his second wicket. Anuj Dal trapped in front. And he has gone for 4. And Derbyshire 146 for 6.
The first ball after the ball had been changed.
Yes. Interesting, isn't it?
Well, I'm not sure if it had anything to do with it or not, but just as a matter of record, ball was changed. Next delivery, Anuj Dal. I mean, he was, even from where we're sitting, looked like he'd been trapped in front. Just moving it across, really playing almost across the line. And he perishes for 4. And now it's, well, Zach Chappell will probably be next. Got a very nice 75 up at Headingley in the second innings. And he was smashing the ball to all parts as well. He hit a couple of big sixes off Joe Root's off spin. So with Chappell and an Aaron Donald out in the middle together, this could go one of 2 ways, I would suggest. But yeah, it was particularly fine knock from Zach Chappell. He got 20 not out and a 78, so he's currently averaging 98 in first-class cricket.
Well, it's raining at Headingley, which is surprising, really.
Well,
you'd have thought it would have come here first.
Yeah, that's obviously rain that's missed us.
95 for 2, Glamorgan, raining there, playing at Old Trafford.
Yeah, there you go. You see, that's perfect. If you watch that, there's Headingley there, and we're here.
So we're sort of on the edge of
we're
it.
right on the edge of it at the moment, but it's gone through Leeds already, and they've got some more to come. So Manchester's next. We're used to it up there, though, so they'll shrug it off.
Well, Kent are 94 for 5 at Old Trafford. Essex 116 for 6 at Taunton. No play so far today down at Lords. Middlesex against Leicestershire. And actually, oddly enough, the lights seem to have improved a little bit here, actually. I mean, 20 minutes ago, I thought it was really poor. But unless, of course, that's just the floodlights taking more of an effect, which could be the case, couldn't it?
Could well be.
You can see the shadows quite clearly now of the players. I'm looking at Chetishwar Pujara there at mid-wicket. Anyway, in comes Robinson to bowl to Chappell, who's driving firmly into the covers, fielded there by the lively... was that Tom Haynes? No, it wasn't Tom Haynes. Tom Haynes is now receiving, well, I think it might have been Danny Lamb. And there is no run. 146 for 6.
About 12 degrees out there at the moment. Yesterday at home up in Bolton, we were touching 22 in the car.
Were you?
Yeah, in the
nice.
afternoon.
That was
Beautiful.
nice.
Yeah, back door open, shorts on.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
I don't mean you with shorts on.
No.
But nice.
Only indoors, Adrian. Only indoors.
Ground staff are like postmen, aren't they? Yeah. They all have to wear shorts.
Yeah.
Robinson in bowl was pitched up. Good shot by Chappell. Dug that out. He's going to get a single out to deep backward square, fielded there by Chetishwar Pujara. And Chappell is on his way with a single. Total goes up by 1 to 147 for 6, and the battle can recommence between an Aaron Donald and Ollie Robinson. Donald 42 off 38 balls. He has scored 33 runs since lunch.
Off 25 deliveries.
Robinson on his way, running away from us, and bowls to Donald's right in behind that, plays it into the offside. I think he played it onto his pad.
So a little inside edge there, wasn't it? Onto his pad,
The ball bounced out into the offside. There is no run. So a successful over from Ollie Robinson. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 41. He's had a bit of tap since lunch as Ollie Robinson, but he's picked up a couple of wickets. As we've said, in front of Jeff Arnold, who's here watching him and no doubt reporting back to the England selectors. No test match. I think it's the 1st of July, the first test, isn't it? So it's a long way away. So you've got this T20 World Cup coming up, and West Indies and Sri Lanka. I think the side's touring this. And we come someone into the car park. You see the headlights on his car, Fletch? Or side lights.
Those irritating cars like mine where the lights come on automatically.
Oh, do they? That sounds like an expensive car, Fletch.
No, it's not. I think it might be broken. 147 for 6. Finn Hudson-Prentice about to bowl his 10th over. He's bowling to Zach Chappell, and he's in. And Chappell pushes this one out into the offside where Danny Lamb fields, and there is no run. Yeah, that innings up at Headingley was splendid, absolutely splendid from Zach Chappell. In fact, I'm going to look up and give you the exact.
Formerly
numbers.
Leicestershire.
Leicestershire, and then of course Nottinghamshire signed him and never used him, which they tend to do, rather irritatingly. As Hudson-Prentice is in again, and this time at the back foot, he wants a single there, and Aaron Donald, I think, quite sensibly tells him not to bother. Zach Chappell, 78 off 61 balls in 70 minutes with 8 fours and 4 sixes.
Wow.
Eventually caught by Finlay Bean off the bowling of Fisher when he went for trying to play a shot into the leg side. It got top edge and it just looped into the hands of the man at Gully. Here's Hudson-Prentice in and bowls, and he clips that into the leg side. It goes past.
So no ball.
Yes, it is. It's a no ball. 149 for 6. It went past James Coles all the way through to Tom Haynes, I beg your pardon, and there was no run. You look at the way he sets up, though. He sets up almost like a baseball slugger. I always think Zach Chappell. He'll move his feet. Has a look at the stumps there. You watch his feet just as the bowler's on his way, and his feet will start to move. Little flex of the knees there, and there he is. He's on the move straight away, and pushes this next delivery from Finn Hudson-Prentice straight down the track. And there's no run. So he's sort of, if you've seen baseball and you watch a baseball hitter, they'll lift their front leg up so they can get the big swing through, and it just reminds me of that.
And he gives it a clump, obviously.
Or he can hit the ball. I think he hit the most sixes by a Derbyshire player last season. Not that that's necessarily a chart to be at the top of. As Hudson-Prentice is in, and that one is driven, but not really timed by Chappell up to Pujara. And there's no run. Any of those spots that I did see, sometimes water drips from the balcony above us, and it can drip for days after it stopped raining.
You'll see the ground staff have now put their bobble hats on.
Yeah, well, it can't be very pleasant out there, can it? Started to cool down in here as Chappell goes back and pushes this one up to mid-on.
Could see Daddy Lamb warming up, so I just wonder whether perhaps Ollie Robinson might have. We picked up a wicket though. I thought he'd be quite keen to maybe bowl another over or two.
4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 23 since lunch, Ollie Robinson.
But pretty much all of those courtesy of an Aaron Donald.
Yeah, to have 2 maidens in there as well is it's remarkable. Hudson-Prentice is in, a bowls to Chappell. That one almost looked like it stopped on him. I don't think he did. I just think it was the way he played the shot. And goes into the onside. That no ball prevented it from being a maiden over. He's now bowled 10 overs, 2 for 45. A couple of maidens in there. Hudson Prentice. Donald's got 42 from 39, and Zach Chappell a very sedate 1 from 9.
I need to bone up on the Kent score because our updates into the it's all terribly confusing, Fletch.
Yeah.
But anyway, I need to mention that in my update. But, sorry, but very boring talking about the weather, aren't we? But actually, I was looking away to my right and it was really glowering and horrible. And actually, it seems to have lifted a bit again. So who knows? Ollie Robinson is going to carry on. Tom Haynes drying the ball on a blue towel that he produces from his pocket. No, it's not from his pocket. He's got it tucked out the back of his trousers. Robinson comes in and bowls to Donald, who's forward and punches that into the offside. That's good cricket. Just picks up a single. Robinson, come on, Adrian. Haynes needs to move to his left at mid-off to field. And one more to the total. Donald goes to 43, 150 up for Derbyshire, having lost the toss here this morning, been asked to bat in poor light and with the floodlights on. And Sussex have taken full advantage. 3 slips in place for Zach Chappell. I wonder what tactics he'll employ against Robinson. Someone's enjoying himself, having a laugh and a chuckle down below us. Robinson is in, bowls, and Chappell, well, he looked like he was looking to heave that one down the ground. He didn't time it at all. He was looking to play it through the offside, and was squared up and played it to Jaden Seals on the onside.
I think he answered your question though.
Yeah. Do you get the feeling he's not going to hang around?
I'd be surprised if he did. But I mean, he's faced 10 deliveries for his 1,
Yeah.
which by his standards is sluggish.
Robinson. A white sweatband on his left wrist. Number 25 on the back of his shirt. Runs in again. Bowls right in behind that is Chappell. Plays the ball down the track. And there is no run. He's been good with them here today, Ollie Robinson. Wanders back to his mark. Rest of the field, 3 men saving 1 on the offside. The onside field, there's a mid-on and then 2 men set back on the leg side. Cheteshwar Pujara is about 10 yards inside the boundary at deep mid-wicket, and there's a fine leg way down in the distance. Robinson is in again. Bowls, and Chappell plays this through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up a couple of runs here. Pujara is to the ball very quickly. That's a good bit of fielding by Cheteshwar Pujara, and actually they need to get a bit of a move on there, and Aaron Donald, as indeed is Zach Chappell. It was a good bit of fielding, who was around the boundary edge very quickly, got in the throw. Ollie Robinson fielded the ball and then hurled the ball at the stumps or at the end where Zach Chappell was racing back into. Much ado about nothing, but a couple of runs to Chappell. Mm-hmm. He goes to 3, 152 for 6.
You're right, they did get a move on it. Ollie Robinson was very quick to throw the ball to the other end, wasn't he?
Yes, he did. He's running in again. Bowls, and Chappell's going to get 4 runs here, and that won't improve Ollie Robinson's mood any at all. It was, he's picked up a boundary down to third man, not in control of the shot, but there's no gully in place, and the ball races away for 4 runs. And Chappell goes to 7, and the total 156 for 6. Derbyshire rattling along here at 4 and over. The thing is, trouble is they're losing wickets.
That is the problem. If there'd have been 2 or 3 down, you'd be thinking, blimey. But with Darren Dupavillon, Blair Tickner and Jack Morley to come, not necessarily in that order. I've not seen Dupavillon, obviously. It's his debut. We have evidence that Jack Morley might not be as good a batter as he's a bowler. Tickner's Tickner.
Comes Robinson. Oh, short, and right in behind that is Chappell. Plays it into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over. 156 for 6. Ollie Robinson takes his jump. I think that might be John Simpson. I think John Simpson was thinking of saying thanks, Ollie, but then perhaps decided not. Ollie Robinson's gone off to his fielding position. Is he going off the field? Just keep an eye on where Ollie Robinson goes. Sort of crane my neck. I think Ollie Robson is going off. Can you see from where you are, Fleck, or is he just going to field down on the boundary?
No, I think he's going off, otherwise there'll be two fielders there.
Yeah, gets a pat on the back from Ollie Carter. Yeah, so that's going to be the end of his spell. 156 for 6. Oh, I better go and do an update.
Not a problem. So it'll be Finn Hudson Prentice to continue from the City end, bowling to an Aaron Donald on 43. Hudson Prentice is in, and Donald pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run. Interest in these parts, of course, in the World Championship snooker that's going on as we speak. At the moment, it's Stuart Bingham taking on Jack Jones. But a little bit later on, Karen Wilson and Dave Gilbert from South Derbyshire will be back in action. 4 apiece between those two as Hudson Prentice bowls to Donald, pushes it out into the offside. And again, there is no run. 3 qualifiers in the semi-finals. The first time in a long time. At the World Snooker Championships in Sheffield, of course. Ball eventually makes its way. He's in now, Hudson Prentice, and bowls to Donald, who pushes this one out into the offside once again. And there is no run. Mark Clattenburg has left his referee analyst role at Nottingham Forest, I'm reading here. Perhaps unsurprisingly. Although he clearly stands by what he said. If the statement he's released on the BBC Sport website is anything to go by, I urge you to go and have a look at that. Fascinating stuff. I'll run you through the scores as well in a minute. Hudson Prentice is in and bowls to Donald, who defends once more. So this is now the only game in the second division taking place. Middlesex, Leicestershire, they haven't got out there yet due to rain down at Lords. They're off the field, as Adrian was saying, at Leeds, where Glamorgan are 95 for 2 against Yorkshire. They are playing in the 3 first division matches taking place. Essex 122 for 6, having been put into bat by Somerset at Taunton. Kent 106 for 5 after being put into bat by Lancashire at Old Trafford. And they're the only 2 games in the first division as Donald pushes this square on the offside, and they trot through for a single. Donald moves to 44 off 45, 157 for 6. That wind is just starting to pick up a little bit out there. You can see the trees blowing in the breeze. I think it might be slightly more than a breeze as well now, sadly. Once that starts to whip up, then we're in all sorts of trouble. Let's have a look at the... by 3 o'clock we'll have Rayo, and Zach Chappell's had a little swish at that one outside the off stump. A short, wide delivery outside off stump, trying to uppercut it almost. It went through to John Simpson. And he almost hangs his head in shame. Does the Derbyshire quick. But he survives. 157 for 6 at the end of the over. We're going to see Jaden Seals come back. He's only bowled 6 overs today in 2 3-over spells. 6 overs for 29. And you think that an Aaron Donald might get after him here. I'm not suggesting for a moment he'll get a 6 to get to his half century. But I think he'll fancy it. 7, 45, 19, 97. And now 44 not out for an Aaron Donald in the Derbyshire middle order this season. He's on strike now, and Seals is on his way in. Bowls to him, and he smashes it out into the offside and he's caught. Ollie Carter with the catch, very comfortable at cover. And I thought he might have a go at Jaden Seals, and that's exactly what he's done. Carter with the comfortable catch in the covers, and Donald goes for a 46 ball 44, and Derbyshire won 57 for 7. That is disappointing. Donald, in that innings, hit 9 fours. But as straightforward a catch as Ollie Carter is ever going to have. And Jayden Seales takes the wicket, and it means that every single bowler used by Sussex today now has a wicket. 2 for Robinson and Hudson Prentice, 1 each for Seales, Lamb and Clark. And that looks like Blair Tickner to me. I said it as loud as that to try to help Jane next door, because we both looked at each other, and it is Blair Tickner coming out at 9. So De Pavillon and Morley to come after this, and Derbyshire could get bowled out before the rain comes, which wouldn't be ideal because it's on its way. But this game has moved on apace here. Tickner and Chappell just have a word with each other in the middle of the pitch. I reckon in the next half an hour we'll be underwater. Tickner just taking his time. Doesn't have an enormous number of shots in his locker, the big Kiwi. And so far this season, scores of 1, 0 and 11 not out up at Headingley. In comes Seales and bowls to him, and he advances down the pitch and hits it into the ground. It loops up straight into the arms of the man at backward point. There's no run on this occasion. There's Dahl out for 4 since lunch, a 50 exactly for Lewis Rees, and the most recent man out, an Aaron Donald, out for 44. As Seales bowls, and it's driven but not timed by Blair Tickner up towards the man at wide mid-off, and there is no run. Is likely to excite us get out an Aaron Donald, which is no bad thing. But there is definitely another 100 or 2 in him this season. He's only got 3 in first-class cricket. I've seen one of them. That was a double up at Colwyn Bay. Derbyshire fans will remember that. Here comes Seales and bowls to Tickner, who tries to do something with that ball. Looks around and wants a no ball. Wrong form of the game. He tried to reach for it. He'll be making a note of it, though. He's got a bit of pace about him himself, as Blair Tickner. So when Jayden Seales comes out to bat, he might get a short one if Tickner's bowling at the time. Taken long to get back to his mark, Seales either. That's good. Sussex have hurried through since lunch, certainly, and he's in now and bowls to Tickner, who bails out of a pull shot. This is very entertaining, except if you're Blair Tickner, I would have thought. I wouldn't want to be Blair at this moment in time, because he's getting peppered by Jayden Seales. He's just about surviving at the moment. Just about. I think we can safely say just about surviving. Seales at the top of his mark. This for a wicket maiden. If he can prevent a run from being scored, he's in and bowls to Tickner, who goes on the back foot and forces it up to mid-off. It is indeed a wicket maiden. 7 overs, 1 for 29, Jayden Seales. The man out in that over was an Aaron Donald, caught by the substitute Ollie Carter. I've actually written Carter's name in, of course, which is wrong. He won't get that catch in his records, which always baffles me slightly. He was dismissed for 44. Zach Chappell has 7. Blair Tickner is yet to get off the mark. It's 157 for 7.
I missed that dismissal. It
was a shocker.
Was it? What happened? Well, they just changed the bowling. I saw Jayden Seales, and I was distracted by doing my update.
Well, I suggested to the listener that he might have a go at him, and he clothed it straight to cover.
Right.
Yeah.
As I turned around, he was walking off, and he did look disappointed.
I imagine he was.
So, what's Zach Chappell going to do here? Tickner looks like he just fancies having a bit of a go at the bowling.
3 number 11s or 12s, depending on what you want to call them, at the bottom of Derbyshire's batting lineup.
In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Chapel, who turns it onto the onside, fielded by Coles, and there is no run.
Blair Tickner has shown no major aptitude towards batting in the times that we've seen him since his arrival at the start of the season. And if he's in ahead of Darren Dupavillon, I'm not sure that would mean a lot.
Hudson Prentice in bowls, Chapel defends to mid-on. There is no run. Well, the light hasn't deteriorated any in the last...
Gone through for a single.
Oh, that's a bit
Well,
cheeky.
there.
That was very sloppy, wasn't it? I've taken my eyes off the play.
Yes, no, so would I just saw them running.
With the Tom Haynes misfield, he's making a sign there as if maybe... I suppose he's apologising. Either way, it's a single to Chapel, who goes to 8, and it brings Blair Tickner on to strike. He's surveying the leg side field. I don't think he's going to hang around here somehow, do you?
No.
Hudson Prentice is in bowls and just steers that as Tickner down to deep back. I don't know why they allowed in the single there. That was a slightly odd piece of field place.
Sure, why the backward point went so deep,
Oh,
really,
wasn't it?
but yeah, he did.
Jane Strong has been in touch. Hello, Jane. She said, I'm really enjoying the commentary. Pity about the light. Cheers, says Jane from Shoreham. Spencer has been in touch. Hello, Spencer. Spencer Pritchard. I'll read your email in a moment. Hudson Prentice at the end of his run. And his in and bowls. Oh, he's hit on the pad is Chapel. The ball bounced out to backward point, fielded by Carson. There is no run. Thank you for the commentary. I'm a Sussex fan currently at Loughborough Uni and planning to go and watch day 3 of this game. Thought I'd tell you a story from a Crazy Halls cricket game I had yesterday. My team needed 9 to win off one ball. The bowler bowled a wide, then he bowled another wide, which we ran. So 6 off one ball to win, which we did. Amazing celebrations, and now we're in the semi-finals. Cricket at its best.
Wow.
Have a great day, guys. Says Spencer Walker Pritchard. Thank you for getting in touch, Spencer. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and a lot of bottom hand in that shot from Zach Chubb. Is going to race away for 4 runs down towards sort of squarish, well, more of a mid-on stroke, mid-wicket really. Was that used to be the old pavilion there, Fletch?
Yes,
or-
yes, they did change in there at one point
Okay.
on the bottom floor of that. Before that, it was the steward, well, the old building, the steward's room, the jockey's quarters behind, and well, it was a disused racecourse by that time, but the big grandstand would have been away to our left. The end of the finishing straight mile.
163 for 7, Derbyshire. Tickner on 1, Chapel on 12. Hudson Prentice, 2 wickets for his name. He's in bowls, and Chapel is forward. Plays that down to mid-off. They're going to take a cheeky single here. Haynes gets in the face of the stumps. It is, and he's gone. That is a brilliant bit of fielding by Tom Haynes. It was played to mid-on by Chapel. Haynes was very quickly round, picked it up, threw the ball, and Chapel will be very, very disappointed. He was looking to pitch the single and get on strike, but he's gone for 12, and Derbyshire now 163 for 8.
Could have run either of them out there, really, because Blair Tickner didn't set off. It hit the stumps at the non-strikers end, to which Zach Chapel was running. But if he'd have thrown it to the wicketkeeper, I think Tickner would have gone. Very fine piece of fielding from Tom Haynes. Chapel goes for 12 off 20. And Derbyshire, as I suggested while you were next door, in danger of being bowled out before the rain comes.
If indeed the rain is going to come.
Oh, it'll be here. I'm confident.
Oh, yeah.
I'm confident. Nick Buxton, another regular contributor, nice to see us back in our happy place of 0 batting points. Last week was an anomaly. Time to get Mitch Wagstaff back in the fold. He was around the first team. He got a couple of centuries half centuries rather last season. Bowled some useful leg spin. Looks like Jack Morley. Jack Morley to me. Yeah, I'm happy with that, Jane. It's the Jack Morley. We're now going to see 2 batters who we haven't seen this season. Jack Morley followed by Darren Dupavillon. With the 12th man, that big coat he's got on.
Yeah. Harry Carvalho, he looks cold, doesn't he?
No, it's like
He
a
does.
sleeping bag.
He does. It does think you see a
But
football
it's
manager wearing it.
Arsene Wenger's coat.
Yeah. The way Jack Morley walked out holding his bat looked like he could bat to me.
I wouldn't,
Okay.
I wouldn't know. I'm not having that.
Oliver Shukesmith has been in touch. Hi, did you finish your email? Sorry.
Yes, it was very short and to the point. Thank you, Nick.
Who joined us for commentary. Good to hear from you, Oliver. He says, not sure if you're making a list of countries you have listeners in this game, but I'm enjoying the coverage from Budapest in Hungary, the beautiful city of Budapest. Have you been there, Fletch?
No.
It's lovely.
Yeah.
Promising start for Sussex and good to see wickets shared around rather than relying on 1 or 2 star bowlers.
Is he in Buda or
That's
Pest?
often been the case in recent years. All the best, Oliver. Oh, either side of the Danube, I presume.
Yeah. Is it me?
I think it is, yeah.
Seals bowls to Jack Morley, who gets off the mark first ball with a delightful little tuck into the leg side.
I could tell by the way he held his bat.
I told you he could bat. 164 for 8. So both batters out there have 1 run to their names.
You look very confident.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Based on what? I've no idea.
And just the way he walked out and he's holding it, I thought, hey, you can bat. Good to hear from you, Oliver. Hope you're enjoying Budapest. And mate, I don't know if it's warm out there and you're enjoying one of the outdoor spas they have.
Oh, really? That sounds nice.
Yeah. And a beautiful Parliament building, which is along the river. I remember that. It's really, really nice.
Seals is in again, and Ticknam plays a very bizarre-looking shot to a short delivery that was sort of angling towards him. He sort of stepped into the leg side and pushed it out into the off. Danny Lamb warms up again. He'll fancy mopping up the tail. He's got a career batting average in 10 matches of 9, Jack Morley, with a high score, average rather, of 4, with a high score of 9. He's got 21 first-class runs to his name now after that single. Blair Ticknam's got a high score of 46.
Looks like he gives it a tap to me, Blair Tickner.
Averaging 13. And he waits now as Seals bowls to him, and he's sliced that one away out towards backward point. I had no idea where that had gone initially. He's only going to get a single for it. He put everything into it. I'm surprised he didn't put his back out. Absolute mow from Blair Tickner. I'm in favour. I don't mind 9-10 Jack doing that. No. I think you might as well, while you're out there, get as many runs as you can. I'm not sure 165 is going to be enough for anything, but we shall wait and see.
Well, another 20. I mean, Sussex won't fancy batting. I mean,
I don't think they'll bat today.
You don't? You think it'll rain?
I do. But no, but I'd be hopeful that they wouldn't bat, because that would be really good.
It's definitely getting a lot. Well, I said this half an hour. You said 3 o'clock it was going to rain. It's now 1:45.
Yep. Here comes Seals and bowls a short delivery that Morley does well, just to duck out of the way of. It sort of went over his back in the end, but Morley wasn't to know. And not Fred Titmus has asked me, do I get more joy from Derbyshire or Burton Albion? Well, it's a close thing, not Fred. It's a close thing.
But then we operate your live stream. Andrew has been in touch. Hello, Andrew Grand. He said, I'm very impressed with the Derbyshire live stream. It properly follows the ball and has good replay showing wickets from more than one angle. Please pass on my thanks to the video team if you're in contact with them.
Oh, consider them passed on. They'll all be listening. Seals around the wicket to Morley, who has a flash at that one outside the off stump. Goes through to Simpson.
Is that the lads who are sort of a couple of rooms along?
Yeah, 2 doors along. Yeah.
Oh, well done, fellas.
I was going to call them youngsters, but they're students. A lot of them from Derby University.
Sorry. Well, I say it every time because, with
they're young as well, of course.
Yeah. Some of the streams have, cost of thousands, but, certainly at Sussex that's not the case, and Leicestershire wasn't the case, and I suspect it isn't the case here either. So,
no, absolutely not.
So well done, fellas.
The camera at the far end makes it look like there's an enormous slope on the ground, but here comes Seals again and bowls. Oh, and that one just gets him high up on the bat, if not on the bat handle. Dribbles out into the offside. It's uncomfortable for these two, I would suggest, facing Jayden Seals, and as it should be. He's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 31 now. End of the over. 2 to Tickner, 1 to Morley, 165 for 8. And Darren Dupavalon will have his pads on and be raring to go, I'm sure. In the pavilion away to our left-hand side. You would hope, anyway.
Got to change of bowling. It's going to be Danny Lamb who's going to replace Finn Hudson-Prentice. The over 8 still showing us -2.
Sometimes that only changes per session.
Yes,
well,
I think you're right, and I
yeah.
think probably the scorers will be having a discussion at tea time when let's say 4 wickets have gone down. 165 for 8. Amazing amount of play we've had today. Fletch reckons we've got another 15 minutes. Actually, 13 minutes. In comes Lamb, bowls, and Tickner's, he's that one away on the leg side. He's taken one. They're going to come back for two. No, they're not. It's not a very good throw comes in. Is that all the way down there?
Ollie Carter?
Yeah, Ollie Carter. He sort of holds up his hand and says, sorry about that. But we can forgive Ollie because normally he's behind the stumps. But not this season with John Simpson taking that role for Sussex.
Is he a good enough bat to get in on his batting?
A few people
one, isn't it, for a wicketkeeper as an all-rounder?
Yeah, I mean, he's made a first-class 100. He's, a very good, 5-6.
Yeah.
There's a lot of competition for places, though, for Sussex in that middle order. In comes Lamb, bowls, and Morley. That's there outside the off-stump taken by Simpson, and there is no right. Yeah, so I guess the answer is yes, but whether he ousts any of those that are already in the side, I mean, I don't think you're going to get in. You're certainly not going to replace James Coles, who I think is a very fine player, comes in at 5. You've got John Simpson at 6, obviously he's playing. Pujara 4. Allsop at 3, he's made runs.
Jack Carson, is he a spinner?
Yeah. All bat, probably 9. Lamb in bowls, Morley thumps his. I thought it was going to be another run out then for a minute. It was played into the offside. Carter went to field the ball and then didn't field it cleanly and allowed Morley to get through for a single. He goes to 2 and the total to 167 for 8. I love the way you've got the scoreboard on your big screen there, Fletch. That's so helpful. I wish I could set that up at Sussex.
Well, no, but the club provide that.
Yeah, I wish that.
That's good, isn't it?
It's really good. It'd be great if the club could do that.
Largely because the actual scoreboard is immediately to our right. You can see the end of it there, out of that window, and we can't actually see it.
In comes Lambo short. Tickners tries to heave that one into the pavilion. It goes through to Simpson, no run. No, it's really, really good. And so if the lads are listening down in Sussex, that's what we could do with just that screen. It displays everything on there that is on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's an exact replica. There's one in the written box as well down the end. Yeah,
that's really good.
Everybody's got one.
So it's it's a very good scoreboard at Sussex. Don't get me wrong, but it's just a quick reference point. Lamb bowls and driven down the ground. That's going to go 4 runs. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. No, Tickner just put his foot down the pitch and just drove the ball back over Danny Lamb for 4 runs. Lovely shot.
Yeah.
He goes to 7, 171 for 8.
Very nice shot from Blair Tickner, who, as you can imagine, being a New Zealander, is one of the nicest people you could ever wish to meet.
Trevor's been in touch. Trevor Cox. Hi, Trevor. Good to hear from you. He says, hi, Adrian. I just tuned in to hear you and Fletch together. He says 2 things.
Uh-oh.
In comes Lamb, bowls, and Tickner just leans back and caresses that ball down to deep backward point, fielded there by Jack Carson. Tickner goes to 8, 172 for 8. He says, do the Sussex players stay at the hotel on the ground or elsewhere in grander surrounds? ? I should mention the end of Danny Lamb's overs. Now bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. Derbyshire 172 for 8. I don't think they are.
What I can tell you is that the hotel on the ground is very nice.
Yeah.
I stayed in there the other Sunday, and reasonable prices.
Yeah, it's a Premier Inn, which is, I think it's a Premier Inn that's on the ground.
Travelodge.
Okay. Second thing he says, is the Derby ground where they had to lift a board on a crane to block out the sun when it went down behind the bowler's arm before they repositioned the square?
Yes.
Oh, when was that?
Before they repositioned the square. They turned it 90 degrees. It was originally this... it was a long and slightly... No, some people will know the story, some people won't.
Yeah.
So I'll tell it during this...
Yeah, I do.
Jaden's...
Trevor would like to know, and so will I, so it's good.
Back in the day, when they first moved to... They always played here, and then the race course got too wide, so they had to move over pretty much where the hotel is. Then they moved back once they stopped racing. And the pitch... the square was this way around as Seals goes into bowl to Tickner, who carves it beautifully out towards the extra cover boundary for 4, bent the knees and just leant into it. That's glorious from Blair Tickner, who moves to 12, 176 for 8. But the only seats in the ground were in the grandstand, which was away to our left, and the members said, we'd like to be able to sit behind the bowler's arm. Well, the only way to do that was either take the grandstand down brick by brick, which clearly wasn't going to happen, or to turn the square. So they turned the square. Unfortunately, the sun sets, as it so often does in this country in the West. But it was all right during games that, finished at 6 o'clock at night back in the day again. Once we got to T20 and they were playing into the evenings, they suddenly discovered that the square that way round, 90 degrees from where we are now, meant, as Seals is in and bowls, and that one is pushed into the offside by Tickner. He'll only pick up a single this time as Carter goes around to do the fielding. He'll move to 13-177 for 8. That when the sun set, the sun was in the eyes of one of the batters. And I remember watching a game on television a long time before I had any association with Derbyshire, and the players were taken off because the sun was a glorious evening, but the sun was in the batter's eyes, so they couldn't carry on. So they tried all sorts. They did have a row of poplars, only a couple remain now, and when the sun got really low, that helped. But at one point, they were trying all sorts. They had a big crane with some chains to the two corners of a huge sheet of metal, and rather like King Canute, blocked the sun out. I know Canute was with the sea. Here is Seals around the wicket, bowls to Morley, who edges this one down into the ground. Now then, that might be a painful one for the man in the slips. Who is that? Tom Clark.
Yes, he's rolling on it. I think he's hurt his hand.
Yeah, that's not good at all. Yeah, he's getting back to his feet now,
right.
which is good. But that will have stung because it bounced probably 2 or 3 feet in front of him, if that. Morley moves on to 178 for 8. So yeah, you're right. They tried all sorts, and then eventually they turned.
So what year did they turn it round, Fletcher?
No.
Donkeys years ago.
No. 15 years? I don't know. I'd have to check with David Griffin because he is the oracle on all these things. Somebody might be able to tell us. As that one is driven, a full delivery by Tickner up towards Tom Hayne, who makes a bit of a dog's dinner of fielding it, but stops the ball with his knee eventually, I think. And Tickner picks up another single, moves on to 179 for 8.
Well, it's not been Derbyshire could be disappointed, Fletch, but they've got the best part of 200 on the board, and it can be worse under the lights and heavy cloud and all the rest of it. They've scored at a fair old rate today. These are all just sort of useful runs. Pitch has got good carry in it.
Yes, it has. It has. 4.2 the current run rate over the course of the innings. As Seals is in to bowl to Morley, and he's beaten. Bill might tell you that he pulled the bat inside the line. I'm not entirely sure as it goes past. Short of a length. Seals just having a go at the footmarks there. There's all sorts of tales to be told about this ground. It's David Griffin in the winter, in conjunction with the club, does tours, and people are fascinated. It's got a very rich history, this ground.
Do you get people coming along today in the winter months?
Yeah. Sitting in our seats, all starstruck. For some reason, no idea why. 179 for 8. Seals is in and bowls. That's a leave.
It's a good leave.
From Jack Morley. It wasn't bad. From Jack Morley, the ball goes through to the keeper. We've had 43 overs today. I think we've done really well.
Yes,
179 for 8. 14 to Blair Tickner, which is his highest score for Derbyshire. I'm confident in saying before looking it up. 3 to Jack Morley, which I'm 100% confident is his highest score for Derbyshire because it's the first time he's batted. 11 not out up at Headingley last week was Blair Tickner's previous best. Partnership, a useful 16 off 18. And still the rain isn't coming.
No, it's not.
I'm panicking now. I've got 4 minutes.
Yeah, I've got 4 minutes.
Yeah. I'm sure you're going to have a go at me.
Yeah, you lose that bet, Fletch, it could be expensive.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's changed. Seriously. 3:45 now.
Danny Lamb running in bowls to Tickner, who heaves that away, and there's more runs here for Blair Tickner. The ball runs out to Ollie Robinson, who has to run back from mid-off to field. These are all useful runs for Derbyshire. I mean, I'm not saying for one moment, well, we don't know, it may be a very decent score, who knows, but he's just decided to chance his arm here, Tickner, and I often think when you get towards the tail enders, if you're fiddling around, you might as well, if you can get a quick 20 or 30.
You could defend and get out for 8.
Yeah.
Well, he's already got 16 and the game's moved on, hasn't it?
Yeah,
so
181 for 8.
Derbyshire wouldn't mind a little go at...
I don't think they would. I think you're quite right. In this light. Lamb in again, bowls. And Tickner hammers that one away, and this time he's going to get a couple more. It doesn't quite time it. Ollie Robinson's being kept occupied out there. He's stepped away to the leg side. And Ollie Robinson has You all right, Ollie? You just seemed to turn a bit awkwardly there. No, I think he's all right.
Yeah, he did earlier on, didn't he?
Yes, he
Before
did.
lunch, down in front of the members' pavilion as well. It just perhaps his gait.
Blair Tickner's adjusting his equipment.
Well, he would have called for fresh gloves, but he's only got the one pair, I'm fairly sure. I think he carries multiple pairs of gloves around with him.
183 fair, and it's forced John Simpson into a change. The second slip has gone out now to a shortish extra cover. So there's a slip, a third man, or a deep backward point, a deep cover, extra cover, mid-off. Wally Robinson will be pleased about that, so he doesn't have to keep chasing the ball around the boundary. In comes Lamb, bowls, and he's at it again, hammers the ball down the ground. That's a good stop by Tom Haynes, putting it mid-on. What is Tom Haynes doing?
Stayed down. Is he okay? Yeah, he's okay.
There's a bit of... Yes, he's all right. He sort of fielded the ball, then he's... I don't know what he was doing. Anyway, he's got one good run out today, Tom Haynes, a very fine bit of fielding. Maybe it's a little slippy on the outfield, I don't know.
Well, there's a bit of moisture on the windows.
And again, bowls. And Tickner is going to get more runs here. I don't know if that came off a top edge. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. Or is it buys? They are indeed runs. So he took a step to the leg side, a big swing of the back, big top edge over the head of John Simpson, raced away for 4 runs. All useful runs, these for Derbyshire. 187 for 8.
Tickner looks like he's enjoying himself out there, actually.
Well, he's probably thought, you know what, I'm just going to go for it here.
He's a very smiley man.
Is he?
Yeah, very smiley.
Well, I thought the Sussex tactic might here to be to put one up in a Yorker, perhaps.
Bring the spinner on and stick everybody on the boundary.
So, we're only in the 44th over of the day. And Lamb's in bowls, and Tickner's at it again. That's down the leg side. A good diving take by John Simpson. Has he hurt his hand there? John Simpson knows okay.
No, he's hurt something.
He has hurt something.
Left
Yeah.
shoulder.
He did. He just went down a bit awkwardly there, John Simpson. And he sort of stayed crouched down. I wonder whether we caught one on the end of the finger. It's difficult to see from our angle exactly what's happened. And he's all right. Well, rested something in his eye.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he has. He looks okay. I thought for a minute perhaps he'd got one of those nasty ones for a keeper on the end of the finger. But he looks okay. Anyway, you heard the story of the ground there, Trevor, so lovely to hear from you. Hope all is well. Ollie Robinson's having a chat to Danny Lamb, who's going to come in from the city end of the ground. In bowls, and Tickner at it again. That looked a big uppercut. The ball goes into the gloves of John Simpson. It's great. I'm trying to, without being in any way derogatory to Blair Tickner, he's playing a really good hand here for you. It's the sort of innings you might see on the village green on a Sunday afternoon when someone just comes in and just swings away.
He has the look of a blacksmith about him. He does, if you ever get a chance. He's got a magnificent moustache.
Has he?
Oh. When he arrived, he had a moustache when he was in New Zealand, and he arrived in this country without a moustache, and I was hugely disappointed, but he managed to grow it back within about a week.
Right.
Which is a good effort.
I imagine the village butcher might have a moustache. Oh, back in the day, eh? The village shops.
When there were village shops, yeah.
Yeah, well, totally. Yeah. Or any shops, actually.
Well, yeah. Jaden Seals his 10th over, bowling to Jack Morley, who defends the first ball he faces. Straight back to the bowler. I'm going to have to go again.
Okay, that's all right. Fletcher's got his update to do. It's 3 o'clock. So Fletcher owes me a tenner. Not really. 187 for 8. Live cricket here on BBC Radio, Sussex and Derby. Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher. If you're just joining us, Sussex winning the toss, asking Derbyshire to bat. Unsurprisingly, it's a big grey all day. As in comes Jaden Seals, bowls to ball. That's a nice looking shot. Clips that one away off his front pad, down through square leg. They've got a couple of runs here. Is Morley, he goes to 5. Derbyshire to 189 for 8. All useful runs, these for Derbyshire, who have seen Lewis Rees for 50, David Lloyd for 14, Brooke Guest 22, Wayne Madsen 6, Matt Lamb 2, and Irene Donald a quickfire 44, Anuj Dal 4, and Zach Chappell for 12. Wickets shared around, 1 run out out of Zach Chappell. As in comes Seals again over the wicket bowls, and Wally just lets that go outside of the off stump through to keeper Simpson, and there is no run. We've been very lucky with the weather. It's either not coming or it's coming much later than we thought. We thought first of all we said lunchtime and then 3 o'clock, and now people are saying 4:45.
Well, what do you mean?
Yeah, people, Fletch. Joe, I think in here and now, Sussex would not be disappointed if it did rain now.
No, they wouldn't want to bat, I don't
No, I
think.
don't think they would. If they could say, right, we'll take this, been a good day, let's call it a day. In comes Seals, bowls, and Wally right in behind that. I think he looks a good player. I could tell Fletch when he walked out the way he held his bat.
Sure about these defensive shots.
Yeah, he looked right into line.
Come on, Jack.
And he's not slow as Jaden Seals, you know, he's getting right. The ground staff have disappeared, which suggests there's not an imminent shower coming. But as I say, I think Sussex would probably think, I wouldn't fancy batting in this light, but Derbyshire have had to. Oh, here come the ground staff. All comes there, coming out of the line now. Here they come. Seals, bowls to Moy, who just ducks out the way through to Simpson, and there is no another. They look full of intent, and they've got their hoods up.
Yeah, because it is raining now.
Yeah, here we are.
Yeah.
The umpires are going to have a natter. And Fletch, I'm afraid you got it wrong by 3 minutes.
It's not too bad, though, is it? Yep, they're going off.
They are going off. Well, as I said, I didn't think Sussex would be overly upset about that. They've taken 8 wickets. And I think they'll feel they've had a satisfactory day's work here at Derby. The grounds, they're not bringing the covers on, which is interesting.
I think they're going out to say, can we put the whole lot on?
Do you?
Yeah.
The whole
I get that.
oh, here we go. Yeah, here comes the tractor, and here comes the covers. So, I'm afraid we're going off. And if you believe the weather forecast, I think it's unlikely we're going to get back on today. But you never know. 189 for 8. Tickner on 22. Morley on 5. Unquestionably Sussex's day, having won the toss and bowled first. But Derbyshire have got enough runs. They won't be thinking, we're out of this, Fletch.
No, we can't tell, can we, until both sides have had a go. Derbyshire have got a relatively new attack of Tickner and Du Pavillon, backed up by Zach Chappell in the pace department, and plenty of options elsewhere with Anuj Dal and David Lloyd, the left arm of Lewis Rees, of course, and the spin of Jack Morley. So they do have bowling options, which is always handy. I think the bowlers have been rotated quite nicely by Sussex over the course of the day so far. John Simpson's done a really good job with that. 2 wickets apiece for Robinson and Hudson Prentice, 1 each for the rest of the bowlers. Shows that they're all chipping in. But I'm not sure how much more cricket we'll see today. The forecast for the rest of the game is pretty good. It remains pretty good. Certainly was the last time I had a quick glance at it. I'll have another quick glance at it now for you. I'm not a meteorologist, one of those. I'm not a weatherman. Saturday, Sunday and Monday, there is no rain in the forecast. So that's good news, not only for Derbyshire, but for those of you who will be playing cricket in the Derbyshire leagues and beyond over the course of the weekend. I know it's the first weekend of action in the North West Cricket League. They had the first 2 rounds pushed back to later in the season because of the spring weather, which has been atrocious. But we've managed to get 44 overs and 5 balls in today, which is about 44 overs and 5 balls more than I thought we were going to get yesterday when I looked at the forecast. So well done to everyone. The lights have been on from the start and remain on now until we go off at the conclusion of the day. Still 51 overs to go. We're not going to get those by a long chalk, but I think we've had more cricket than we could possibly have hoped for, Adrian, if I'm honest.
Can I just read a couple of quick emails that have gone in?
Yeah,
Ray Yates has been in touch. Hello, Ray. He says, many thanks to you and Fletch for the commentary. Just for a quick reflection on the live streaming, having spent the last 6 years in the far north of Scotland. I've so appreciated the streaming of the matches. As a long-time Sussex supporter, it's been a brilliant way to maintain a connection with the club. I'm now in the process of moving back to Sussex and have already renewed my membership. That's good news, Ray. Can't wait to visit the county ground for real live cricket. Should be there for the start of the Blast games. Thanks a lot, says Ray in Inverness. So thank you. Lovely to hear from you. I think the weather actually in Scotland has been better than England over the last few days.
Talking about it being in the 20s today,
Yeah.
weren't
The covers are on, but they haven't put out the big sheets.
Searching. Framed.
It's raining, and one or two people have decided they made their own minds up. There are people leaving the ground. I think that's fair enough.
And just one more, and this is another one from Trevor Cox. Adrian, just a bit more info for you. If you were not aware, Blair Tickner played for Preston Nomads in the Sussex League, and I believe had a total of 17 games in the league. I think Graham Owen, the Sussex scorer, was telling me that, but thank you for reminding me because I'd forgotten. Preston Nomads, who is Dan Ibrahim's club, I think, down in Sussex. So thank you for that, Trevor. And that's the end of the emails.
That's the end of us for the time being then. Derbyshire 189 for 8 with Blair Tickner on 22 and Jack Morley on debut on 5. Just Darren Du Pavillon to come. And if the players return, I promise we'll return. If not, we'll see you in the morning, 11 o'clock. Don't be late.